Hi, good afternoon, everyone. The aim of this lecture is basically to go ahead and start solving the past year questions of IIT. In particularly, we will be looking at IIT JAM Microeconomics 2022. Also, wherever required, I will be taking you through the concepts of this exam and through the concepts of what kind of questions usually come in microeconomics through this syllabus. You will see that a lot of questions are from demand supply elasticity. So you need to make your basics very, very strong, right? Such questions we have never seen in any entrance exam which talk about the stability of demand and supply. They are expected to be very basic questions, but they have gone ahead and asked you questions based on elasticity, income elasticity, cross price elasticity, the stability of demand and supply. So you have to make sure that those basic and intermediate videos were well done, right? Now let's look at this first question. So it says, when the supply curve is backward bending and the demand curve is downward sloping, these are the two equilibria given to you, point M and point N, which of the following statement is correct? Now, first of all, let me explain you a concept of stable versus unstable equilibrium quickly. So when we talk about stable equilibrium, a stable equilibrium is any equilibrium such that when you start from any price, you can start from any price, you will reach equilibrium price. That is called a stable equilibrium. An unstable equilibrium is any equilibrium such that when you start from any price, you will not be able to reach the equilibrium price. That becomes an unstable equilibrium. Let's take an example. Supposedly, I tell you that this, so I am taking from this diagram point N. More or less on point N, the supply curve is either horizontal or we will take it to be a little upward sloping. So just consider an upward sloping general supply curve. This is the supply curve. And let's say this is my demand curve, right? I understand that supply and demand are meeting at point E. So this is my price and this is my quantity. I am not interested in this. This is fine. This is where the two are intersecting with each other. But the question is, what happens if I take any price which is not the equilibrium price? Let's say I take a price like P1. What happens at this price? At this price, we see that demand is more and supply is less. So what we notice here is that demand is more than supply. We know whenever there will be excess demand in the market, what is going to happen to the prices? There is going to be a movement along prices. Supply is less. Take an example of potatoes. Some time back, or for that matter, onions also had this problem sometimes back. When suppliers were not supplying the product, there was enough demand in the market, but nobody was willing to supply it. They had just kept these things in the warehouse. What started happening? We started seeing shooting up of the prices. Prices will increase whenever supply will be less, because there will be limited supply in the market. More people want that product. They will be willing to pay more and more price for it. So price will slowly start increasing. When price will increase, you will move up the supply curve. Price is increasing. When price will increase, you will move up the demand curve. Demand will decrease until you go ahead and you reach this point of equilibrium, where you get exactly this price P here. So when you start from a disequilibrium in the market, you are able to go ahead and hit the equilibrium in the market. This is an example of a stable equilibrium. Now let's reverse this scenario. So what will we do? We will go ahead and we will take a downward sloping supply curve. Just say, for example, let's take this as the supply curve. And we will take a downward sloping demand curve, just like what happened at point M. I had a downward sloping supply curve and I had a downward sloping demand curve. So I am going to take both as downward sloping. Again, demand and supply are equal at point E. This is the price. But I am going to go ahead and ask the question, what happens when I reach any other price, like P1? What is happening at P1? At P1, we have supply which is greater than demand. So at P1, supply is more than demand. When there is enough supply in the market, there are 100 kgs of onions in the market. People are just demanding 20 kgs. So when there is enough supply in the market, but nobody is demanding that product, what will happen to the price? The price will further go down. So if supply is more and demand is less, this will go ahead and reduce the price further. And if price reduces further, then supply and demand, they are going to act accordingly. So when price starts falling further, you will go below. You will not go towards the equilibrium. You will go below from this P1. So when you start from a disequilibrium situation, you don't restore to equilibrium. You are not able to go back towards this price P. That means this is an unstable equilibrium. So any unstable equilibrium is where when you start away from the equilibrium points, you are not able to reach the equilibrium back. Stable equilibrium is when you start from a disequilibrium point, you are able to reach the point of equilibrium back. So if you go back and check, they have just made this backward bending to check these two concepts in the same point. I can very well go ahead and I could have made this into a particular market. I could have very well changed the question and given you two separate demand supply curves or four separate demand supply curves and asked you stable, unstable equilibrium, different ways that you can expect these kind of questions. So maybe the next time I can go ahead and make an upward sloping demand curve and upward sloping supply curve of a product. And now I can go ahead and ask you, is this going to be a stable equilibrium or not? So you are supposed to go ahead and you are supposed to analyze these situations. You're supposed to think what happens under other different kind of situations also. So in this case, here I have a downward sloping. This is what the other case was. That is an unstable equilibrium. And here I have an upward sloping. So it's a stable equilibrium. So the answer to this question is only N is the stable equilibrium. Mark this answer. But additionally, make sure that you understand the concept of stable and unstable equilibrium very well, because they can just flip the question and ask in multiple ways. Yes, possible. Okay, now come to the next question. This is question number 10. I am just doing micro for today. Then in the next class, I will take macro and then stats. So we will go in a sequence. A long run cost function for a product exhibits economies of scale. Let us just try to understand what is the concept of economies of scale. So basically, economies of scale is when, as you increase your production, your cost should decrease. And this cost can only be an average cost. On an average, if your cost decreases, as you increase your production, that is called economies of scale. That is where you get benefit by increasing your production level. This economies of scale is supposed to be a long run concept. Because, you know, when I have to scale up or scale down, I can't just be scaling one factor. And in short run, I have only some factors that can be scaled. Scaling will always mean scaling all the inputs. So economies of scale is always a long run concept. Now, if you really think about this, then let's talk about a perfectly competitive firm. We know that these are our short run average cost functions. SSC1, SSC2, SSC3, SSC4, SSC5, and so on. These short run cost functions were drawn for different level of capital because capital was fixed. So if you give me capital equal to 1 unit, maybe this is my short run cost function. If you give me capital at 2, maybe this is my short run cost function. K at 3, K at 4, and K at 5, and so on. The long cost function could envelop these short run average cost functions. So it was this is enveloping the short run average cost functions. So this long run cost function, it also formulated this U shape. If I look here, when this LAC is decreasing, this is where, this is my Q, this is long run average cost. So as I'm increasing the level of my output from Q1 to Q2 to Q3, so on, my cost is continuously decreasing. That means here I have economies of scale. At this point, my LAC is minimum. This is where I will actually operate for my profit maximization. So this is where my LAC is minimum. This is what we want to minimize. So this is where we have constant returns to scale. And if you notice here, what is happening? As my output is increasing from Q5 to Q6 to Q7 and so on, my cost is also increasing. So if my cost is increasing, I have this economies of scale. So let's go back to this concept. This said a long run cost function for a product exhibits economies of scale, which means it is average cost of production increases when output increases. No, we want it to decrease as output increases. So the answer to this question should be the production function is decreasing returns to scale. No, it should be increasing returns to scale. So average cost of production falls as output increases. Yes, this is the correct answer. I should be in this phase. This is where I should be, right? So the correct answer to this question is C. Average cost of production falls as output increases. So you see that in one marker, the kind of questions that came were pretty basic. The only thing that you have to do is to be very, it's not a bad thing if you just have to see the properties of different kind of market forms and utility functions, and you're able to score marks in that. So what I would suggest you to do is, as homework, go back, make a table for different market forms, and write down each and every property of that market form. So if I start with perfect competition, just say, and please don't underestimate monopolistic. There is just one lecture that I have done on monopolistic. You must do that. So when I talk about perfect competition, for example, then first of all, I will make notes of short run. I must know what happens in the short run. Each and everything. I must know what is the P equal to AR equal to MC equal to MR. And I must know that this is my equal to MC here. This is my quantity. I must know that in short run, the aim is only to cover variable cost. So if you ask me, when will I shut down in short run? I will do if my price is not able to cover my variable cost. If my price is able to cover my variable cost, I will continue in short run. But in long run, I want my price to cover the average total cost. So I want my price to be such that I cover the min of ATC. That is what I just mentioned here. I will be operating here for perfectly competitive firm. So each and every property, why is marginal cost curve called the supply curve of the firm? That property, right? And then other essential things also. You need to go ahead and you need to do each and every property. Same in monopoly. Why is MR equal to MC? Where do you get the AR curve from? If AR and MR are linear, let's say for example this. If AR is, let's say AR is nothing but price, it is A minus Q. You find your MR yourself. What is the relationship between AR and MR? One is half the slope of the other. Each of this thing, each of the small property must be done for these one mark questions. What is first degree price discrimination? What is the consumer surplus in that? Second degree price discrimination, third degree price discrimination, right? What are the properties of monopolistic market? How does it club both, both monopoly and perfect competition? You should know that. So that lecture is important. That properties itself will cover your one mark questions very well. Now come to the next part, question number 21. This is a question just testing your basic elasticity, if you know what elasticity is or not. So it says that an analyst estimated the following demand function for electric vehicles itself. So QE is equal to 0.75 minus 1.5 PE plus 2.5 PF minus 0.5 PB plus 3.2 I. Let us go ahead and find what will be del QE by del PE. If you differentiate this with respect to PE, you will just get minus 1.5. Del QE by del PF, you will get 2.5. Del QE by del PB, you will get minus 0.5. Del QE by del I, you will get 3.2. Just by looking at this, you should be able to give the properties of this function, the properties of this good. So the good that I'm talking about here is the electric vehicle. This elasticity is negative. Matlab, for sure, it is not a given good. It has to be a normal good. Its price elasticity is negative. So we understand that. It's a normal good. It's not a given good. Then I see that this price elasticity is coming positive. So when price of one commodity, not elasticity, just differentiation. When price of one commodity, ye F kya hai? This is the average unit price of vehicle using fossil fuel. So when this increases, the demand of this increases. Just think about this. When price of tea increases, the demand of coffee increases. What are these goods? They are substitute goods. That means E and F are substitute goods. Then come to the next one. This is a negative sign. So when PB increases, QE decreases. Again, let's think about this. When price of ink increases, demand for ink decreases. Ink is used in pen, so demand of pen also decreases. So the relationship between this and this is coming negative when they are complementary goods. That means here, if the cross price elasticity or cross price effect is negative, they must be complementary goods. So I've got that E and B are complementary goods. What is B? B is the unit price of battery. Of course, battery and electric vehicles have to be complementary to each other. And finally, I see that this is also positive, which means it is normal and not inferior good. Because as my income is increasing, demand is increasing. So if they would have asked somewhere in the options about these properties, we should be well thorough with how the sign can enable us to estimate the properties of different kind of goods. Now let's go to the next part. So they are saying that they have given us the values. What are the values given to us? PE is 6.5. You put 6.5 here. PF is 4.5. You put 4.5 here. PB is 0.5. You put 0.5 here. I is 10 lakh. You put 10 here. So what will come out to be your QE? After you put down these values, let's do that. 0.75 minus 1.5 into 6.5. Do it with me. Plus 2.5 into 4.5 minus 0.5 into 0.5 plus 3.2 into 10. This gave me 34. So we have got the value of the demand for QE. But now they're asking us, find income elasticity and cross price elasticity. So let's do that. First of all, what will be income elasticity? Income elasticity will be how E changes as I changes into initial value of I by initial value of E. So how E changes as I changes is given to you as 3.2. This is what we found out. Initial value of income is given to us as 10. And initial value of E is what we have found out as 34. So if we solve this, we will get the answer as 0.941. Very simple. Now do the next part. They're asking cross price elasticity with respect to PF. Mane this one. So let's do that. So elasticity with respect to F is going to be how E changes as price of F changes into F by E. So this is what I've got as 2.5. So I'm going to put 2.5 here. And PF is given to us as 4.5 and E I just found out as 34. So if you solve this, you will get 0.3308. All of you have to solve it. देख कर नहीं आएगा. अगर लिखोगे नहीं, you will never understand. You have to try. Don't look at solutions in the first place. I request you, when you come for the next class, try it yourself first and then come. This is a rechecking class in a way, right? So I have got my answer as 0.94 and 0.33. That's the answer to these questions. Okay, now come to the next question. Again, very basic concepts like elasticity of substitution is getting tested. So which means that they are not going to test very difficult things, but they are going to go ahead and test your logic. I'll tell you where logic is used here. I don't want to go ahead and do this question directly in log form. If I do this question directly in the log form, I will never be able to talk about returns to scale. यहाँ पे lambda L करना, lambda K करना, that all will be very difficult. So I need to rewrite this production function. And I am going to use this property that log m to the power n is n log m. So if they have given me log q is equal to beta by alpha log L to the power alpha plus K to the power alpha, I can go ahead and take this in the power. Let's do that. What will you get? Log Q is equal to log L to the power alpha plus K to the power alpha to the power beta by alpha. Now, do you see log here also and log here also? Which means you had taken log on both sides. So you can take this log out. Very simple. Just take it to the power e if you want. Otherwise, directly also, you can just take the log out. And you will get q is equal to L to the power alpha plus K to the power alpha whole to the power beta. This is a much better form of writing this production function. Now, let's say I will replace L with lambda L, K with lambda K, and I will write this function. What will I get? Lambda L to the power alpha plus lambda K to the power alpha whole to the power beta by alpha. This will be lambda to the power alpha L to the power alpha plus lambda to the power alpha K to the power alpha whole to the power beta by alpha. Take lambda to the power alpha common. L to the power alpha plus K to the power alpha whole to the power beta by alpha. This is going to be lambda to the power beta, L to the power alpha plus K to the power alpha whole to the power beta. Isn't this my original production function? I can rewrite this. Lambda to the power beta, function of L and K. This is what my original production function was. So this is definitely homogeneous because I could pull out lambda scale factor. Its degree of homogeneity is this beta, isn't it? So when it says its degree of homogeneity is beta by alpha, that's wrong. Achha, this degree of homogeneity only tells me the returns to scale. So you can make a note of this, please. That the degree of homogeneity tells about the returns to scale. Why? Because returns to scale basically tells me what happens when I go ahead and I scale my inputs, how my output is going to react. So here I scaled my inputs by lambda. And my output scaled by lambda to the power beta. That's the returns to scale. So if your beta is greater than 1, it is increasing returns to scale. If beta is equal to 1, constant returns to scale. And if beta is less than 1, decreasing returns to scale. So on that aspect, can I say that this first part is wrong? Because not beta by alpha, but beta helps in returns to scale. Now look at the second one. If beta is greater than 1, increasing returns to scale, less than 1, decreasing returns to scale. Correct. Now look at these two parts. The elasticity of substitution is. So let us just find it for this one. So what is your production function? Q is equal to L to the power alpha plus K to the power alpha whole to the power beta by alpha. Write down the elasticity of substitution. You can mention it like this or sigma. This is d ln x2 by x1 upon d ln MRTs. For once and for all, I would like to go ahead and I would like to clarify this. Dekho, when we talk about the numerator, then in the numerator you have this. यहाँ पे अगर labor ले रहे हो और यहाँ capital, then numerator says x2 by x1, which means this by this. So this is d ln k by l. But when you find MRTS, this is x1, x2, which means upon d ln MRTS LKL. When you write this MRTS, it will be this actually. Marginal product of labor by marginal product of capital. Don't get confused. MRTS में marginal product of labor by capital होता है, x1 by x2. But in elasticity of substitution, the numerator is k by l, right? So ये MRTS भी k नहीं है, but the formula for it is MPL by N. Okay, now let's find MPL and MPK. So my Q is L to the power alpha plus K to the power alpha whole to the power beta by. So MPL is how Q changes as labor changes. I have to differentiate this with respect to N. When I do that, what will I get? The power will come down, beta by alpha. This whole thing will be beta by alpha minus 1 into, I have to apply chain rule, differentiation of only this. So it is going to be alpha, L to the power alpha minus 1. Do MPK. This will be how Q changes as K changes. Again, power will come down, whole to the power minus 1 into differentiation of this. So alpha, I'm just applying basic chain rule. Now when you will do MPL by MPK, you will just divide these two things. So you will notice that actually ये सारा तो cancel हो जाएगा. You will only be left with L by K to the power alpha minus 1. So don't worry about these big production functions. 90% of those things will get cancelled once you apply the chain, right? So this is my MRTS. Now, in MRTS, whenever you want to find elasticity of substitution, you will see that MRTS will be a function of K by L. What are these functions called? They are called as homothetic function. Please make a note of that. If your MRS in utilities is a function of the two goods that you're using, X and Y, and your MRTS is a function of K by L, these are called homothetic functions. Homothetic functions are those functions where the slope, so if I draw a line through the origin, this line through the origin has a constant K by L ratio. Maybe K is equal to 1/2 of L, or K is equal to 2 times L. It has a constant K by L ratio. So when you draw a line through the origin, it has a constant K by L ratio. Now draw isopoints on it. You get Q equal to 10 ka isopoint, Q equal to 20 ka isopoint, Q equal to 30 ka isopoint. As long as I am on the same line, ye K by L ratio is the same. If I see that this MRTS is same, which means I am able to get parallel slopes, SA. These are homothetic. Slope nikala, isopoint ka, that is MRTS. It is a function of K by L, because it is passing through the same line through the origin, and MRTS is same. That is homothetic function. So this is a homothetic function. अब बस इसको flip करना है, K by L में लिखना है, बहुत easy है. If I say 4 to the power 1 and 1 by 4 to the power minus 1, दोनों same चीजें तो हैं. Negative power will always reciprocate this. So 4 to the power 1 and 1 by 4 to the power minus 1 are the same thing. So I can rewrite this as MRTS is equal to K by L to the power, I've just multiplied the power with 1. So K by L to the power 1 minus alpha. ये MRTS हो गया. Now take log on both sides. So ln MRTS is equal to ln K by L to the power 1 minus alpha. Just take 1 minus alpha common. So 1 minus alpha ln K by L is equal to ln MRTS. अगर differentiate भी कर दोगे, D भी लगा दोगे, nothing changes. Okay, this is a constant. So D of ln K by L upon D of MRTS will be 1 upon 1 minus alpha. Make sure that you only find MRTS. If this is homothetic, yahi se K by L aa gaya na. Why do I have to do D ln K by L separately? I will just apply log on both sides and do a differentiation on both sides. अच्छा, differentiate real में नहीं करना है. Many students start differentiating MRTS by taking log. That will be very complicated. I just have to find this one. So the answer is 1 upon 1 minus alpha, which means this is correct and this is incorrect. Now this actually came in a multiple choice question. It should have been a multiple select question. That is why marks were given to all students. That was the lucky thing here, right? But next time it can come as an MSQ. So what we learn from here is that basic concepts like what is elasticity of substitution. Acha, is baare aise aaya. But again, if you go to the lectures, we have found elasticity of substitution for complementary goods, for Cobb-Douglas, for substitute. We have done it for all three kinds, right? And for this general case also we did. So I want you to go ahead. which is a constant CES function के लिए किया था ना, constant elasticity of substitution. I want you to revise all these concepts, all 4 cases, right? And we saw how different values of elasticity of substitution can give us different kind of production functions. So again, today's work is to revise this, revision of this, right? Okay, come to the next question. Consider a pure exchange economy with 2 goods, good X and Y. Ravi and Suraj are 2 individuals with utility function this. So do you see that they have they're trying to test you for how good you are with understanding that they are just doing a monotonic transformation of the original production function. मतलब अगर मैं इसको rewrite करूं कैसे, तो I can rewrite this as UR is equal to log xy to the power beta. मतलब मेरा original utility function can also be x to the power beta, y to the power beta. And this is much easy to work with if I don't have log. And it will give you the same answer. Because these are monotonic transformation. MRS iska nikalo ya iska nikalo. You will get the same MRS. So in that sense, even if you know what monotonic transformation is and you work with this, you're fine. जैसे अगर इसकी जगह पे someone would have said me find competitive equilibrium, then I knew that this is a Cobb-Douglas function and यहाँ पे x star होता है alpha upon alpha plus beta m by px. So this would have been beta upon beta plus beta income by px. So this would have been half m by px. This would have been the demand of individual one. Without solving, we would have known this. So you should be well thorough with monotonic transformations also. Okay, let's come back to the question. So you're given this utility function. Let me show you how to do it. Let's do it here. So UR is beta log xy. पहले ध्यान से जहां पे भी UR है, so that you don't get confused later on, make it to XR and YR. Now find MRS of individual R. Either find for this or find for x to the power R, y to the power R, whole to the power beta. You will get the same answer. So what is MRS? It is MUX by MUY. Differentiate this with respect to x. You will get beta into 1 by, if I differentiate this, I am showing you here. So beta log x y का हो जाएगा xy only. Or xy का differentiation when you will do with respect to x, you will get y. Right? Alternatively, if you would have done for this utility function, xy to the power beta का अगर करते, what would you have got? Beta xy to the power beta minus 1 into y. Yeah. Now do for MUY, what will you get? Beta log xy का could have been 1 by xy. Differentiation of y will be x. So this gets cancelled, this gets cancelled, and MRS will be y by x. Now do for this one एक बारी, so it will be beta xy to the power beta minus 1 or xy का हो जाएगा x. When you divide these two, यहाँ से भी MRS आएगा y by x. So what I mean to say here is whether you go ahead and find MRS using method 1 or you find MRS using method 2, you will get the same answer. It is not going to change. It's the same thing. Okay, so I've just found out the MRS for individual R. Now find MRS for individual S. Again, if you look at this utility function, US, this is xy to the power alpha. If you want, you can take log and simplify it, or you can do this directly, up to you. So what is going to be MRS of S? MUX by MUY. When you differentiate this with respect to X, what will you get? Alpha X by Y to the power alpha minus 1 into, with respect to Y, you will X, you will get 1 by Y. And when you differentiate this with respect to Y, what will you get? Alpha X by Y to the power alpha minus 1. Y is coming in the denominator. So Y ka differentiation hoga minus 1 by Y square. So it will be minus X by Y. This will get cancelled, 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 cancelled. So you will get 1 by Y into Y square by minus X. So you will get minus Y by. Again, I am saying, make sure that you write S everywhere here. This is the MRS of individual S. This is the MRS of individual R. If you don't write this correctly, then when you equate to find Pareto efficiency, we will be in a trouble. Okay, now this was saying find the contract curve. So contract curve equation kya hoti hai? When MRS of individual R is equal to MRS of individual S. This is what the contract curve is. So MRS of individual R is YR by XR is equal to S ka hoga minus YS by XS. Just solve this. What will you get? You will get YR XS is equal to minus XR YS. So you will get YR XS plus XR YS equal to 0. Now, once you have solved this, you have to just write everything in terms of R. If you see the options, it is in terms of individual R. S kahin nahi hai. So I have to just make sure that this S is removed from everywhere. We can easily do that. How will we do that? If you go ahead and you see, we know that XR plus XS is A. So instead of XS, I can write A minus XR. Similarly, it is given that YR plus YS is B. So instead of YS, I will write B minus YR into XR equal to 0. So when you will rewrite this equation, what will you get? You will go ahead and get A YR minus XR YR plus B XR minus XR YR equal to 0. This is what you will get. And when you start solving this, it will give you A YR plus B XR minus 2 XR YR equal to 0. So this will be your answer. So the answer to this question is going to be A YR plus B XR minus 2 XR YR, which means option number. Quickly, let's write down the takeaways from this question. What are the takeaways of this question? The takeaways of this question are that first, we should know what is a contract curve. A contract curve shows us the Pareto efficient points of all the individuals. A Pareto efficient point of individual is where I can equate MRS of individual 1 to MRS of individual B. Not always. If it would have been a min function, just min of x, y hota. So individual B ke liye we would just have equated x equal to y. So his equation would have been xb equal to y. But in this case, I know where the way that the curves are given to me, I know that the contract curve will have MRS A equal to MRS. Achha, if you quickly look and glance through it, you will see that MRS of R, individual R, this is a function of y by R. And MRS of individual X, S, that's also y by X, S only. So which means that the slopes are a function of y by S. So this is fine to us, right? The way that the slopes have come up are fine. This is the only way to solve these. These are my continuous functions. These are neither my substitute good function nor perfect complementary good function. So I am able to use MRS A equal to MRS B concept, right? That's the first takeaway. So your homework from this is to go ahead and find equation of contract curve for different cases. You have to do this, all of you. Take function min, just do it. Take one of the function as substitute good and one as min, do it. Take one as quasi-linear, one as min, do it. So we have done multiple such cases in our advanced lectures. You are supposed to go ahead and try most of them, okay? Achha, then second takeaway from this question is how to go ahead and use endowment back in the contract curve so that the entire contract curve is written in terms of single individual. That is also what you're required to do. And the last takeaway from this question is how they can go ahead and give you monotonic transformations of the function, and you should be able to work with those also. Okay. Now come to the next question. Which of the following statements are correct? And they have given game of two individuals, A and B. Now, what I want you to do here is understand that although this is a very basic question, it may happen that in exam, next time, we may be given mixed strategies. So, please go ahead and solve few questions. Because simultaneous came this time now, so you should solve few questions on mixed strategy equilibrium and few on sequential game. Bas, itna aur karna. Right? Okay, let's come to this game. Actually, this is the game of battles. We already know how to solve it. So when Mary goes for movie, between movie and football, 1 is greater than 0, so payoff is 1. When Mary goes for football, between movie and football, 2 is greater than 0, so payoff is 2. When John goes for movie, between 2 and 0, 2 is greater, so 2. When John goes for football, between 0 and 1, 1 is greater, so 1. So the two Nash equilibriums we have are movie, and football. We again know this one, prisoner's dilemma, classic problem. So when you go for not confessing, between -1 and 0, 0 is greater. Between -9 and -5, -5 is greater. Between -1 and 0, 0 is greater. Between -9 and -5, -. So what we see, this is the only Nash. We have discussed this in class that this is Nash, but not Pareto. This is Pareto equilibrium, right? You should remember this. So the answer to this question is in game A, both movie, football are equilibrium. And in game B, confessing the Nash equilibrium. So D is correct. Okay. Come to the next question. the short run production function is given to you as Q is equal to 200 plus 0.2 L square minus 0.0004 LQ. How do I know this is a short run production function? Of course, I see fixed cost. Not fixed cost, sorry. I see that they're talking about average variable cost. So that is why I know that this is a short run production. So ये तो production function, right? Then they say that the wage rate is 140 and the number of labor is 100. The question that they've asked is find marginal cost and average variable cost. Achha, okay. Let us first begin by finding marginal cost. To do that, I want to use a formula. Very, very simple. Each individual is paid money according to his marginal product, according to his product. So what happens in this case is that W by P, the real wage that any individual gets, that is equal to the marginal product. So that should be equal to MPN. How do I find marginal product? देखो, ये production function मुझे दिया हुआ. This is given to you. So to find the marginal product, I just have to find how Q changes as L changes. If I differentiate this with respect to L, what will I get? 0.2 into 2L minus 0.004 into 3L square. This is what I will get. This is my marginal product of labor. And they have gone ahead and they have given you that L is 100. So if you put 100 here and you put 100 here, then you should be able to get a value. So you will get this marginal product as 28. Just solve this on your own. Okay? Just put 100 here and 100 here. You will get marginal product as 28. So we have been able to solve that marginal product as 20. What is the wage given? It's given 140. By P is equal to 20. So P क्या हो गया? 140 divided by 28, which is going to be 5. We use the property that marginal cost is supply curve of firm, which means P should be equal to MC for this firm. So marginal cost will also be 5. So we solve that the marginal cost of the firm, this is 5. That's the first thing. This is what you have gone ahead and solved. And the marginal cost of the firm is 5. Now let's talk about the average variable cost. Okay. So what is average variable cost? Average variable cost will be total variable cost by output. Okay. What is total variable cost? It is nothing but the cost you incur on your variable input. What is your variable input? Labor. So each unit of labor gets W and I am incurring on L units of labor. This is my total variable cost divided by the quantity. So each unit of labor, the wage rate that I am giving is given to me as 140. The number of labors given to me are 100 divided by Q. Now this Q is given to you. What is this Q exactly given to you as? This. A function diya hua hai na. In this Q I can put L and get the value of quantity. So the Q is given to me as Q is equal to 200 plus 0.2 L square minus 0.0004 L. Put L equal to 100. So in here you will get 100, yahan pe 100. You will get the value of Q as 1800. Just put and check, okay? So after you get this Q as 1800, what is going to happen? I'm going to say that this is 140 into 100 by 80. And this is going to give me 7.7. So the answer to this question is 5 and 7.7. So you see, the question is very, very simple. The question is just asking me about MC and AVC. But again, they are testing more of your logic. Do you remember this formula? Do you remember that the real wage is equal to the marginal productivity? Each labor is paid according to his marginal product. Do you remember that MC is the supply curve of the, so I can equate P equal to MC. Do you remember that AVC is TVC by Q and TVC is the cost incurred on your variable input? It will be done in just. Okay. So now what we will do is we will take a 5 to 10 minute. Hello everyone. Let's start with the next question now. This is the question on again elasticity. So it's very interesting that they give so much importance to elasticity. But this uses the concept of differentiation. So let's just do that. So it says that the demand and supply function are given to you. And we know that whenever we talk about equilibrium, then we know that demand and supply must be equal. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to equate demand, which is a function. So it says that demand is a function of Px and I, price and income. So I'm going to equate the demand equation to the supply equation. And supply is a function of Px and advertisement expenditure. So G of Px and A. Now, you must go ahead and you must know how to differentiate these functions. So F is a function of Px and I. So if I have to do a total differentiation, F changes with respect to Px, dPx, plus F changes with respect to I, di, G changes with respect to Px, dPx, G changes with respect to A. Okay. Now just go ahead and do one thing. Just bring Px on the same side. So I will get del F by del Px minus del G by del Px, Px, dPx equal to del G by del A, dA minus del F by del I. This is what I have been able to get. Achha, once I get this, then can I go ahead and can I solve for the first part? It says, let's leave the first. Talk about the second first. It says how price changes as A changes. Okay. So if I have to ask how price changes as A changes, it means that I have to put DI equal to 0. That is what the question is asking me to do. So just go ahead and put DI equal to 0 once. What will you get? So say put DI equal to 0. When you put this equal to 0, you will get del F by del Px minus del G by del Px dPx equal to del G by del A dA. So you will get del Px by del A equal to del G by del A upon del F by del Px minus del G by del Px. This is what you are going to go ahead and you're going to get. So if you go ahead and you solve this, what is going to happen now? This is your answer, how price changes as A changes. That means this one. So do you think that it's the same thing? It is. If you see numerator is del G by del A and denominator is del F by del Px minus del G by del Px, which means that we have gone ahead and we have got the same answer. So this is exactly matching the scenario. So this is the correct thing. Now, once I have gone ahead and I have found out how to solve this, can I find the elasticities? I can. Elasticity is very easy to find from here. So what do I do for finding the elasticity? Let's put down the formula of elasticity. And when we do that, you will get elasticity of Px with respect to A will be how P changes as A changes into A by Px. And I have already gone ahead and I have found this value. ये वाला तो निकाल ही दिया है. Here, this is what the value is. So I can easily go ahead and I can multiply this by A by Px. And if I multiply this by A by Px, I have been able to get the value of elasticity. So I get that value. So just multiply it. This is my answer. Now, if you notice in the question, they have gone ahead and they have just molded this question by putting Q's everywhere. No problem. We can also go ahead and put Q. So what will I do? I will just say that, okay, now let us just rewrite this equation. And ये A ऊपर है ना, तो A को ऊपर कर देते हैं. Px denominator में है, तो Px को we will keep it in the denominator. And then I will go ahead and I will just have Q's everywhere. So Px is in the denominator. I don't have to put 1 by Px. Just Px in the denominator. And now I am just going ahead and dividing by Q everywhere. This is the only thing that I have done according to what they're asking me in the question. So they have written in terms of Q. I also want to write in terms of Q. That is why I just divided everywhere by Q. And otherwise, A by P was already there. So now if you go ahead and you notice, this is exactly what this option is. So this is correct. A is also correct and B is also correct. Now let's talk about option C. When I talk about option C, this asks me elasticity of P with respect to I. अब यहीं से देख लो एक बारी जरा. If I go back to my total differentiation and I have to find elasticity with respect to I, then I will put D A equal to 0 here. If I will put D A equal to 0, so numerator, what will I get? I will have this now. So if I just put dA equal to 0, what is going to happen? I am going to go ahead and get this. Here, I will get minus del F by del I di, because I'm putting dA equal to 0. And here in the numerator, then I will get minus del F by del I. और A की जगह पे I बन जाएगा, because it is with respect to I, with respect to income. So if you notice, I have minus del F by del I in the numerator, and here they have given me del G by del I in the numerator. This is incorrect. Del G by del I was there for the first one. Here I have del F by del I. This is not correct. Finally, it says the sign of dP by dA does not depend on del G by del A. Incorrect, because we just showed that this depends on this. This is coming in the numerator. This is also incorrect. So the correct options are A and, come to the next question, please. A monopolist is given, you're given a function here. Again, I love how they have gone ahead and used the concept of elasticity yet again. So which means this concept is very important. So they have given Q is equal to PE. Okay. E is the elasticity here. Can I rewrite this thing as log Q is equal to E log P? Note that if I differentiate on both sides, then D ln Q by D ln P comes down to E. And exactly this is the definition of elasticity. This is the definition of elasticity. That elasticity is percentage change in quantity due to percentage change in price. And you can write that as B ln Q by D ln P. So which means this is correct. This is what they have mentioned here. Now it says that PM is under monopoly price and PC is perfect competition price. And CM and CS are the consumer surplus under monopoly and perfect competition. Which of the following is correct? Okay. Now, first statement. So you have to understand that for monopoly, how do you find equilibrium? Equilibrium is attained where MR equal to MC. Okay. The function given to us is Q equal to P to the power E. Now my question to you is, what will be your total revenue? Total revenue is price into quantity. Always write total revenue in terms of quantity. This is a rule. Always write total revenue in terms of quantity. So this is going to be, from here, P will be Q to the power 1 by E. So this is going to give you Q to the power 1 by E into Q, which means Q to the power 1 by E plus 1. This is your total revenue. What is marginal revenue? How total revenue changes as quantity changes. So it is going to be 1 by E plus 1, Q to the power 1 by E. And you will differentiate it. This is what you will get. Now, after I get this, ये मेरा marginal revenue की जगह पे I can put that this is 1 by E plus 1, Q to the power 1 by E equal to, what is marginal cost given to me? Marginal cost is given to me as alpha. So I will put marginal cost as alpha. Currently, I am solving this for a monopolist. मतलब कि क्या है? यहाँ पर मैं MM लिख दूंगी. हर जगह पे I will put M here. This is a monopolist. Note that this part, Q to the power 1 by E, it can be replaced by price. It was just the price now. P equal to Q to the power 1 by E was given. So which means that I can rewrite this as 1 by E plus 1 into PM equal to alpha using this equation. That Q to the power 1 by E is just price. Okay, from here I will get PM equal to alpha into E upon 1 plus E. This is my answer. Now, last time, actually, one of my students, he solved it correctly. Okay. And after solving, he just marked this as the answer. Please be very sure, be very alert. What is being asked in the question? They are asking which of the statement is not correct. Not correct. B statement, it is correct. It is correct. Please be very, very, very particular about this. Ye wala galti many students will attempt. Many students will. The moment you see now that, okay, mera answer is matching, you will simply mark it. That's incorrect. Because they're asking which statements are not correct. Okay. Now, let's talk about perfectly competitive firm. What happens for competitive firm? Monopoly to MR equal to MC karta hai. But perfectly competitive firm, they equate P equal to MC. So for perfectly competitive firm, PC should be equal to alpha. So this statement and they're asking which statements to the two consumer surplus are equal. Now let me explain you the concept of consumer surplus once. So what happens? Now this is your AR of a monopolist, right? Just give me a second. Okay, so this is AR of a monopolist. Just below the AR, you will see MR. This is AR equal to MR of a perfectly competitive firm. Now, for a perfectly competitive firm, he has set his price. Okay. So for a perfectly competitive firm, Akshita, we have an equilibrium where price is just simply equal to marginal cost. So the marginal cost is given to me as alpha. So the price he will charge will be also alpha. Now, when I go and see here, for a perfectly competitive firm, the AR and MR are equal. And that's equal to the price they charge. So the price they're charging is alpha. Ye price they're charging. This is for perfectly competitive firm. A monopolist is charging a higher price. What is happening for a monopolist? For a monopolist, he charges where MR is equal to MC. So just for example, if I consider MC also to be a horizontal line, because it is given to me constant, a monopolist will equate MR to MC. He will equate it here. This is his quantity. And he will take this to the AR curve. This is his price. So understand, for competitive firm, AR, MR, MC, price, all equal, and they're equal to this alpha. For monopolist, MR and MC, MC alpha he hai. MC is given to me constant. So for monopolist, MR is equal to MC here. This is the quantity he will sell, and the price at which he will sell is this price that he gets from the AR curve. And this price we have found out as this, alpha E upon 1 plus E. So this is the price we have, alpha E upon 1 plus E. This is the price at which he will sell. A perfectly competitive firm will sell here. Iska quantity will be this. Now, the consumer surplus is area above price below demand curve. And the demand curve is the AR curve. So for monopolist, the consumer surplus is this, ye wala part. For a perfectly competitive firm, uska price to ye tha na? So his consumer surplus is this. This is his entire consumer surplus. Sometimes in exam, जैसे इस question में नहीं आया, but if they would have asked you, calculate deadweight loss, then it would have been this area. The smaller triangle, this way. This is my deadweight loss. So it would have been half into base. Base ye hai triangle ka. QC minus QM into height. Height ye hai triangle. So alpha E upon 1 plus E minus alpha. This can also come in exam. Calculate deadweight loss. So this is DW. Achha, suppose they ask you in exam how deadweight loss changes as elasticity changes. Matlab, you must differentiate this with respect to E and check. All concepts can come in, right? So we understand that actually this consumer surplus, this is much more for a perfectly competitive firm. और ये सच बात है क्योंकि perfectly competitive firm is going ahead and selling at marginal cost. It's not making any profit. So it is selling to more people at a lower price. Therefore, it is making consumers happy. Now, the question is asking that what happens when elasticity is -2? Are the two consumer surplus equal or not? So let me just put -2 here. Let us go back here and put -2 in this. If I put -2 here, what is going to happen? Let's check. So I'm going to have this as alpha -2. When we put E, PM, consumer, because so you can then PM, PM, right? Okay, coming. Just give me a yes or a no. Am I audible? Okay, great, fine. So at e equal to -2, what we saw is that these two are not equal. When prices are not equal, consumer surpluses cannot be. So this is incorrect. Now come to the last statement. For e closer to -1, ratio increases. Now just think about this. When will the ratio of the consumer surplus increase? As this gap increases. Just for example, yes, tell me.
Ma'am, can you please explain the concept how prices is not equal, then consumer surpluses are not equal? I'm not getting it.
Because this is the consumer surplus, right? This triangle is the consumer surplus. Area above price, below the demand curve. So if price don't coincide, the area above price cannot coincide. This is consumer surplus for monopoly. And this is the consumer surplus of a perfectly competitive firm. So unless you bring this price here, the two consumer surplus can't be equal. Right? Is that making sense?
Yes, ma'am, got it.
Okay. So now, take the opposite of it. When will consumer surplus be very different from each other? When the prices are very different from each other. So, if this price that the monopolist charges, if this price keeps on increasing, जैसे ये price अगर यहाँ हो, या यहाँ हो, या यहाँ हो, then the consumer surplus with monopolist will be very, very less. It will just be this much. And that with another firm will be very, very high. With the perfectly competitive firm will be high. So perfectly competitive firm will be this much. So if the gap between the price of a monopolist and price of perfectly competitive firm is high, then in that case, the consumer surplus gap will be high. If consumer surplus gap is high, the ratio between the two consumer surplus will be high. Now, if I just go back and check here, the fourth statement says, as E is closer to -1, then this ratio will increase. Let me just take a limit and tend E to -1 for this price. For the price alpha E upon 1 plus E. I can rewrite this as alpha 1 upon 1 by E plus 1, dividing numerator and denominator by E. If E is -1, ये वाला -1 होता है. So this will be alpha upon 1 minus 1, alpha by 0, which will be infinity. If this is infinite, the price charged by monopolist is infinite, which means it is very, very high, then the gap between price of competitive, which was alpha, and price of monopolist, this gap will be maximum. Because monopolist is charging the largest price possible. And if this gap is maximum, that means इस केस में तो consumer surplus एकदम minimum होगा. And इसमें consumer surplus maximum होता है with a competitive firm. So which means that this ratio will be very, very high, the ratio of the two things, minimum by maximum. So this is correct, that as you go closer and closer to it, the ratio will be affected. the ratio will accordingly change. So the only two statements that are incorrect is A and C. Come to the next question. The total variable cost is given to you this. The total fixed cost is this. Value of B for which MC is minimum. I'll tell you what mistake students made last time. They found out total variable cost as x cube minus bx square. So what is going to happen to marginal cost? Marginal cost is how TVC changes as x changes. So this will be 3x square minus 2bx. And they just equated this to 0. This is incorrect. अभी तो marginal cost निकाली है. They are asking for which value of B marginal cost is minimum. I have to minimize this. How will I minimize it? Differentiate it again and equate it to 0. So if I differentiate marginal cost again, what will I get? D of MC by dx, I will get as 6x minus 2b. I will equate this to 0. So B will be 6x by 2, which will be 3x. And x is given to me as 16. So this will be 3 into 16, 48, and that is the value. Very simple question. Double differentiate करके आंसर निकालना था. Fixed cost का कुछ भी काम नहीं था. Marginal cost can be found out only by variable cost. You do not need fixed cost for it. That is the answer to this question. Okay. Now come to the next question. Achha, here is the thing which I liked about them, that sometimes if you look at the options, what they have done is, although they have asked equilibrium quantity, but even if students have written equilibrium price, students, I mean, they've reverted the function. They've got marks for it, right? So, which is a good thing that you're getting marks in either case. So let us just try and see what this question is saying. And then I will tell you what two answers were accepted by IIT. So first of all, you're given a cost function of individual firm. So CI is given to you as 0.25 QI square plus 2QI. So marginal cost is how cost changes as your quantity changes, as QI changes. And when you will differentiate this, then what will you go ahead and get? You will go ahead and get 0.25 into 2QI plus 2. This is what you will go ahead and get. So solving this gives me 0.5 QI plus 2. This is my marginal cost. Now, we know that, बहुत ध्यान से समझो, marginal cost is supply curve of a firm. तो ये suppose firm 1 का MC है, ये इसका supply curve हो गया. ऐसे ही firm 2 का marginal cost, firm 3 का marginal cost, and so on. ये सब similar है. They are same firms. And there are 150 such firms. Always remember, what we do is to find the market supply, we add individual supplies together. So which means that you take a price and you ask, अच्छा इस price पे इसकी quantity Q1 है, इसकी quantity Q2 है, इसकी quantity Q3 है, तो इस price पे supply will be Q1 plus Q2 plus Q3 and so on. So this is for firm I. This is the supply curve. So can I write this at that is price pay, because marginal cost ki jagah I can write price. That's the supply curve equation. So I can say that at this price, this is the quantity. If I solve for QI from here, what will I get? I will go ahead and get that QI is equal to P minus 2 by 0.5. So this will be 10 by 5. So 2P minus 2. So 2P minus 2. So I will get that QI is equal to 2P minus 4. This is the quantity supplied by any one firm. मतलब Q1 ये है, Q2 ये है, Q3 ये है, and so on. How many firms are there? 150 firms. So quantity supplied in the market will be summation of QIs, I from 1 to 150. I have to add the supply of all these firms together. So which means that this is going to be 150 times the supply of one firm. So this can be 150 into 2, P minus 2. So 300 P minus 2. This is my quantity supplied. Now, you have a quantity supplied function. You also have a quantity demanded function from here. This one. Equate demand to supply, get the answer. So quantities supplied is this. Let's find P from here. What will be P? P will be Q by 300 plus 2. And what is the demand side equation giving me? It is giving me 110 minus 0.01 Q. So this is giving me quantity demanded is giving me 10 minus 0.01 Q, which means it is going ahead and giving me 10 minus, this is P, 1 by 100 Q. Just equate the two together. So you will get Q by 300 plus 2 is equal to 10 minus Q by 100. So Q by 300 plus Q by 100 is equal to 8. And if you solve this, you will get Q by 300 plus 3Q by 300 equal to 8. 4Q by 300 equal to 8. So you will get your Q as 8 into 300 by 4, which means you will get Q as 600. So this is going to be your quantity supplied in the market. Q will be 600. So pretty simple question, but it again uses the two properties. First, marginal supply, marginal cost is the supply curve of the firm. Second, whenever you have to do and find the supply of the market, you have to use the rule of horizontal summation. Adding quantities of individual firms together will give you the quantity to be supplied in the market. That's what is important. Okay, so this gives us 600. Acha, agar ye 600 hai, so what is going to be the price? You can put P here. And if you put this, you will get 10 minus 1 by 100 into 600, and you will get the answer as 4, which means 4 exactly. But they have, if you check the options, they have gone ahead and given 4 also. So 4 is also correct. And 600 is also correct, which is rare. But you will see they say 600 or 4. So it's a good thing. Okay. Now, come to the next question. I will take this at the end because I want to explain one more concept here, which is not asked. Let's go to the next one first. Given the production function, Q is equal to 6 root L and L as root W, and you are gone ahead and given that unit price is 243, then profit maximizing value of W is. Okay, so to do this question, let's find profit. Profit is price into quantity minus cost. So price is given to you as 243. Quantity is given to you as 6 root L. And cost is W into L. So this is your profit. Now, instead of L, we will use root W. So we will get this as 243 into 6. L ki jagah pe I will write root W minus W, root W. So I have transformed this entire question in terms of W. Now, once I transform this in terms of W, I just have to maximize the profit. So just go ahead and do that. So this will be 243 into 6, W to the power 1 by 4 minus W to the power 3 by 2. This is your profit. Now just say how pi changes as W changes. Just differentiate this. Minus 3 by 4 minus 3 by 2, W to the power 1 by 2 equal to 0. And this will be 243 into, this will be 1 by 4 now. So into 3 by 2, W to the power minus 3 by 4 minus 3 by 2, W to the power 1 by 2 equal to 0. So 243 W to the power minus 3 by 4 is equal to W to the power half. So 243 is equal to W to the power 5 by 4. So W is equal to 243 to the power 4 by 5, which means 81. Because this is 3 to the power 5. So this will give you 81 as the answer. So simple question. Everywhere just replace L with W and get the answer. Okay, now come to the next question. Let the production function be given by this, and cost of labor and capital be this, and total cost be 580. Then the maximum value of Q subject to the cost constraint is given by. Okay. So you are given that R is 40, W is 30, total cost is 580. This is what is gone ahead and given to you. And they're asking you to go ahead and minimize maximize the value of Q subject to the cost constraint. So zara bahut aasan hai. So I will just write my function here. So I want to maximize Q subject to the cost constraint, which means subject to WL plus RK equal to C. So maximize. Q ki jagah pe I will write root L square plus K square subject to W ki jagah pe I will write 30 L plus 40 K equal to 580. Right? And either you can form Lagrange if you want, or you can do by method of substitution, up to you. So method of substitution kya hoga? Ki from here you can find the value of N or K and put it back here and just maximize it. So you can also use MRTS is equal to MPL by MPK. Everything is fine, up to you. All techniques are correct. So if I find MRTS, I will differentiate this with respect to L. So I will get 1 upon 2 root L square plus K square into 2L. If I differentiate this with respect to K, I will get 1 upon 2 root L square plus K square into 2K. Ratio is equal to W by R. W is given to me as 30 and R is given to me as 40. So what will I get? I will get L by K equal to 3 by. So I will get 4L is equal to 3. Now I have been able to find that 4L is equal to 3K. I can put it here. So 30. Instead of L, I will write 3 by 4K. So 30, 3 by 4K plus 40K equal to 580. So I'm going to get this equal to 90K plus 160K equal to 580 into 4. So 250K equal to 580 into 4. So K will be 580 into 4 by, and L will be 3 by 4K thana. So L is going to be 3 by 4, 580 into 4 by 250. So 580 into 3 by 250. These would be your LNKs. Just go ahead and let's just use the calculator quickly and solve these. So this is going to give me 580 into 4 divided by 250. This is 9.28. And this is going to be 580 into 3 divided by 250. This is going to be 6.9. Once you have found out this, just find output. So Q was L square plus K square under root. So this is going to be 9.28 whole square plus 6.96 whole square under root. And when you do that, you will get 11.5. So the answer to this question is approximately 11.5. So round off to 2 figure. So 11.599 aaya tha. We can write as 11.60. Right. Okay. Now come to the next question. In a market, to firm 1 and 2, inverse demand function is given to you, costs are given to you, then total profit earned by both firms assuming competitive situation. So these firms are competing with each other, but they're asking about the total profit. Now, each firm can own, yes.
Ma'am, in the last question, अगर हम लोग इसको यूटिलिटी की तरह देखें तो L स्क्वायर प्लस K स्क्वायर की तरह है. अगर मैम इसको देखिए दोनों ही गुड्स है, अगर इसको अगर ऐसे समझे तो मैम जिसका प्राइस कम है अगर हम लोग सिर्फ उसी को यूज करें तो ये काम नहीं होगा वहां पे.
अगर जिसका प्राइस कम है सिर्फ उसको यूज करें.
हाँ, अगर मैम देखिए जैसे कि यहाँ पे लेबर का प्राइस 30 रुपीज है.
बट दीज आर नॉट सब्स्टिट्यूट गुड्स ना. ये सब्स्टिट्यूट ऑफ ईच अदर थोड़ी है. I mean, why will I just use one of them? I will use both of them because my production function depends on both labor and capital. So just using one of them is not going to help me in that case. If you go ahead and you just go ahead and do this, what you suggest. So if my total cost is 580 and I just use labor in this case divided by 30 karke, and
then this will maximize our production quantity. Maximize ho jayegi.
Let me think. That can be done. So what is the output you're getting in that case? Can you try this? 58 by 3.
Ma'am, 19.33.
Whole square under root आ रहा है क्या?
No मैम, ये पूरा क्या बोलते हैं राउंड फिगर के तौर पे आ रहा है 19.33, यानी ये स्क्वायर रूट हटा के सारा.
नहीं, but why would I take out the square root? Square root would still be there. Now my Q function I will not change. I will keep my Q function as L square plus K. I will not do a transformation here because if I have to do a transformation, वो Q square की value देगा, Q की value नहीं देगा. The monotonic transformations only work as long as you have to find slopes. Slope remain unchanged. But when I have to find the value of quantity, then in that case, I can't go ahead and do that. I mean, I have to use the original production function. So if you think labor is cheaper, then you can go ahead and employ 58 by 3 units of labor. So if I do 58 divided by 3, it gives me 19.33. This gives me 19.33. You're right. Okay, I think that can be done in this case. Then you're right. I can go ahead and apply that because it is giving me more units of output. And I think there was another answer. Was it this only? The other answer was it 19?
एक्चुअली मैम ये हम जैसा आपने बताया ना अभी वैसा हम आपको करके भेजे थे एक बार, बट आप उसको फिर बोले कि हम लोग why we produce 12 units जब हम लोग 19.3
Correct. I get that. Yes, you're right. We can go ahead and get the 19 as answer. That would be more appropriate. You're right. It didn't hit me, but you're right. This is a concave production function. So concave we should be, I mean, if I go ahead and produce, if I go ahead and I make this function, yes, I. So if I have my ISO cost here, and if I take labor here and capital here, then the highest ISO quant will hit here. So I will use only labor. You're correct. Let's make a correction to this. I think so we should not be using MRTS in this case, and we should only be using labor since this is a concave production. Okay, and just use labor and just go ahead and put K to 0. Thank you. That's correct. That will make more sense. Okay. So in the last question, then we will go ahead and we will equate marginal cost to marginal revenue. It's question number 60. I will go ahead and say MR equal to MC. So MR1 equal to MC1 and MR2 equal to MC2. That's the only thing that you have to do. So if you notice in this question, my price is 120 minus 0.5 Q1 plus Q2. So price is 120 minus 0.5 Q1 plus Q. And the total revenue of firm 1 will be this. Okay. So based on this, the marginal revenue of firm 1 will be this. You just differentiate this and you will get this. This as the marginal of firm. Kaise? This is 120 into Q1. So its differentiation will be 120. Then this is 0.5 Q1 square. So this will be 0.52 Q1. And this is 0.5 Q2 Q1. So this is going to be 0.5 Q2. This is your marginal revenue of firm 1. You equate this to marginal cost of firm 1. And marginal cost of firm 1 is given to you as 20. So this is going to be 20. So when you solve this, you will get 120 equal to 0.5 into 2Q1 plus Q. 100, sorry. This will go here and this will go here. So you will get 200 is equal to 2Q1 plus Q. This can be your equation 1. Now solve for the other equation, equation number 2. So I will equate MR2 equal to MC2. अच्छा, marginal revenue of firm 2 निकालने का जरूरत नहीं है. You can just use this marginal revenue of firm 1 and replace Q1 by Q2 and Q2 by Q1. They're similar forms. So I will get 120 minus 0.5 to Q2 plus Q1 equal to marginal cost of firm 2. What will that be? So total cost is given as 10 plus 0.5 Q2 square. So marginal cost, total cost is given as 10 plus 0.5 Q2 square. So marginal cost ke liye just differentiate this. After you differentiate this, you're going to go ahead and you're going to get Q2. So if you solve this, you will get 120 equal to Q2 plus 0.5 Q1 plus Q2. So you will get 2 Q2 plus 0.5 Q1 equal to 120. This will be your equation number Now you have two equations, two variables. Solve these simultaneously. And when you will solve these simultaneously, you will get Q1 star as 80 and you will get Q2 star as price nikal lena. Price was 120 minus half Q1 plus Q2. So 120 minus half 120, which will be 60. Now just find the profits of the firm. So profit of firm 1 plus profit of firm 2 will be price into total quantity. एक 80 बेच रहा है, एक 40. So price into total quantity minus cost of firm 1 was 20 Q1 minus cost of firm 2 was 10 plus 0.5 Q2 square. So price is 60. Total quantity is 120 minus 20. Q1 is 80 minus 10 minus half. Q2 is 40 squared up. When you will solve this, you will get the answer as 4790. So this is going to be the profit of the firm together. So the answer, this question is 4790. Right? Now, let's just go back to this question. An individual faces an uncertain prospect. Wealth could be 10 lakh with probability 0.5 and 7 with 0.25. You're given the utility function as WQ. It says when will the individual buy full insurance? देखो, अगर हम actuarially fair insurance check कर पाए, हर चीज हम देखेंगे इसमें. सबसे पहले तो ये जानना जरूरी है कि वो कौन सा प्रीमियम के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं. The premium that they are talking about is actually the insurance premium, not the risk premium. Supposedly, they would have asked me about the risk premium. Then in that case, I would have done the following. First, I would have found out utility from expected wealth, expected utility from wealth, and I would have found the gap between the two, and that would have been my risk premium, right? That would have been your risk premium. So risk premium ke liye they would have done this. Sometimes in the question they will use this interchangeably. मतलब पूछ तो insurance premium रहे होंगे. मतलब they will be asking about insurance premium, but they will just use the word premium. So you have to be very sure कि क्या मैं risk premium निकाल भी सकती हूँ इस question में या नहीं. So what is expected wealth? Expected wealth is basically the probabilistic wealth. So EW, देखो, either I am getting 10 lakh or 7 lakh. 10 lakh का probability was 0.75. 7 lakh का probability was 0.25. This is my expected wealth. Utility from expected wealth मतलब यहां से जो वैल्यू आएगी उसको मैं अपने utility function में डालूंगी, which is W cube. So यहां से मेरा expected wealth, it came down to be 9.25. So utility from expected wealth is going to be 9.25 cube. This is going to be utility from expected wealth. अब expected utility क्या होता है? Expected utility. This is when you just find expectation of utility directly. So with 0.75, I am getting a wealth of 10. इससे utility कितनी होगी? 10 to the power 3. W cube is the function, right? And with 0.25, I am getting wealth of 7. इससे expected wealth कितना होगा? 7 to the power 3. This is my expected utility. The gap between the two. That is your risk. पूछा नहीं है क्वेश्चन में, आई एम जस्ट टेलिंग यू. Next thing, this is the first thing that you should understand. Second thing, see, if I know that my insurance is actuarially fair insurance, मतलब negative and positive side का expected value 0 आता है. If I know that is happening, then in that case, you can simply find insurance premium by doing probability of loss into value of loss. This can simply be used to find insurance premium. But this can only be used if it is actuarially fair insurance. Only then you can use probability of loss into value of loss equal to insurance premium. इस केस में मेरे को लॉस तो हो रहा है 3 लाख का, बट ईदर आई एम गेटिंग 7 और 10, नेगेटिव कहीं नहीं मिल रहा है. ऐसा नहीं हो रहा कि या तो -20 या +20. दैट काइंड इज नॉट गिवन. तो मैं एक्सपेक्टेड वेल्थ नहीं निकाल सकती हूँ टू बी 0. सो आई कैन नॉट यूज दिस फॉर्मूला एज वेल इन दिस क्वेश्चन. इसमें क्या करेंगे? इन सच काइंड ऑफ क्वेश्चंस the only thing you can do is, when you will ask this question, when will I be indifferent between buying and not buying insurance? I will be indifferent between buying and not buying insurance if my utility remains the same. So when I don't buy insurance, no insurance, then either I will get 10 or I will get 7. So my expected utility will be this, expected utility. And when I buy insurance, तो भाई इंश्योरेंस के केस में तो प्रीमियम हमेशा देना पड़ेगा. Whether you go ahead and you buy or you don't buy, insurance में premium has to be given. So when you buy insurance, 10 की जगह 10 minus P बचेगा. And when you buy insurance, तो 7 में जो 3 लाख का लॉस हुआ था, वो तो insurance company will repay to you. So you will get those 3 back. And you just have to pay premium in that case also. So you will be with the same situation. आपके पास wealth हमेशा 10 minus P ही बचेगी, irrespective of whatever happens. So my wealth in this case will be 10 minus P whole cube. What is the maximum premium I can pay? When my expected utility in both the situation is the same. यहाँ से expected utility की value I am getting 835.75. So I can pay a maximum premium when the two are equal to each other. This means 10 minus P is equal to, this will give you 9.419 when you will do its cube root. So your P will be 10 minus 9.419. This will be 0.58. This in lakhs, of course. This is the premium that you would be paying. So uncertainty chapter is very important. It will come in exam. You have to go ahead and understand kuch hi concepts hai. What is actuarially fair insurance? What is premium, risk premium? What is insurance premium? How to find insurance premium in general cases, jaise isme kiya. And how to find insurance premium if I know it is actuarially fair. Just use the formula PL into value of loss. In all your mock papers, I am trying to include at least 1 to 2 questions based on uncertainty so that we cover all types of uncertainty questions. But this chapter is important. 2021, it came for 4 to 5 marks. This year also, 2022 also it came, which means they will focus on calculating premium. Okay, so we'll stop here for today and then we will meet next time We will take all macroeconomics question. We'll try and solve those together. Okay, thanks.
So to begin with, we are going to go ahead and start with the initial MCQ questions that came in this paper. Which of the following deficits indicate the true current fiscal position of the Indian economy? So when we talk about this question, note that the revenue deficit only talks about what is my revenue expenditures that I have done and how this revenue expenditure would have exceeded the earnings that I would have made. So revenue earnings or revenues of the government. Revenue deficit is more or less linked to the daily expenses. Like just say, for example, expenditure could be how much am I paying salaries, right? That is not going to tell me the true fiscal position. It's just one part of fiscal. So when I talk about fiscal deficit, it consists of revenue deficit and capital deficit combined together, right? It has to include both. So when I say, I mean, it's the total expenditure minus the total earnings of the government. Similarly, when I talk about capital deficit, it is only one aspect. It cannot tell me the true position, true fiscal position of any economy. When I talk about the current account deficit, this is external. This is not internal. Fiscal deficit or fiscal position is an internal deficit position. Current account deficit is an external deficit point. Note that in economics, we have something which is known as a twin deficit problem. Whenever we talk about twin deficit is two deficits. One is internal and one is external. External is all this, balance of payment oriented. And internal is related to the government, how much government is spending, how much government is consuming. So current account deficit cannot be linked to the internal position of the economy. The only correct answer that I have is the primary deficit, and it is in fact true. When I talk about the primary deficit, and you may want to note this down, the primary deficit is actually fiscal deficit less the interest payments on borrowing. So because I am going ahead and I am not considering at least the part which is not related to the non-productive part of the economy. Interest payment is always non-productive. I borrowed money. Now I have to not only pay that money, I have to also pay interest on that. That's the non-productive spending of any government. If I leave behind that non-productive aspect of the government, leaving that aside, what is the remaining fiscal deficit of the government? That is called the primary deficit. And at max, this is the best thing, the best way to judge the fiscal position of any country. Now, in one of our mock tests also, I had given you this question, and it had this part that actually there was a printing mistake there, but there was this option that I had given, which said that the revenue deficit increasing, the fiscal deficit is bad for the economy. Is bad. This is true. Because if I go ahead and I increase the revenue deficit aspect, I am again dealing with non-productive part. I may be increasing this, I may be going ahead and I am spending on things which are not productive. It's not the capital deficit that I am increasing. I'm increasing the revenue part of the deficit. So the fiscal deficit, whenever fiscal deficit increases, it will be still beneficial to my economy if it is countered, if the major part in that fiscal deficit is the capital deficit aspect. It's the capital which the government is kind of involved in, and that is why it kind of went ahead and it incurred the deficit. Okay, so that's the answer. Come to the next question. Suppose 1 million unemployed people in a country are receiving 6,000 per month as an unemployment allowance. If the government, instead of paying unemployment allowance, hires all of them at the same amount and engages them in digging the pits and filling the same pits, what will be the effect on GDP? So an excellent question. The question actually wants to understand whether you know, and this is what my first class is all about when we do macroeconomics, whether you know what would be included in GDP and what will not be included in GDP. So you must remember that anything which does not lead to any productive activity, that is not a part of GDP. So if it is not leading to productive activity, it is not supposed to be a part of GDP. Just for example, unemployment allowance. I am giving allowance to people who are unemployed. They are not involved in any productive activity. So this is just as good as making a transfer payment to any poor person, any person who is below the poverty line. I'm making some payments to him, but he is not involved in any productive activity. If I convert this, and instead of giving this unemployment allowance, I start giving you money only if you work, right? I start paying you the same money, but as wage by employing you. Then you are involved in a productive activity. And if you are involved in a productive activity, then that's good enough. Then that will be part of my GDP. So this means that earlier, when it was an unemployment allowance, it was not a part of GDP because there was no productive activity involved. And when it converts to wage, if I am giving the same money as wage, that's a part of GDP. So the correct answer to this question is that my GDP will increase because now I am going ahead and I am giving you that amount as wage, as a resource after you have involved in productive activity. Okay, come to the next question. Which of the following, who first examined the close negative relationship between unemployment rate and output ratio? So we know that when we talk about Phillips is associated with Phillips curve. Phillips curve gives us the relationship between unemployment and inflation. At max, if I talk about augmented Phillips curve, it is unemployment and expected inflation. When I talk about Tobin, the best thing you can link Tobin to is Tobin's Q. Again, we did a question on this in our mock paper also. So Tobin's Q, you can link him to capital. What is the desired amount of capital and what's the actual amount of capital? Okun, on the other hand, can be linked to the Okun's law. And he is the one who determines between unemployment and output. Right. So the correct answer, and Solo is linked to Solo model. So the correct answer to this question is C, that we have Okun, who is linked to U and Y. Again, last time in 2021 also they asked a question on Okun's law, but there they asked you to find the output level in the economy. This time they have just given the question like this. So the questions are not difficult. You should be thorough with the equation of Okun's law, with Tobin's Q, with the Phillips curve equation, with the AS curve equation, which links Y and pi, inflation and output, with the Solo model equation. So equations have to be very thoroughly done from this topic. Okay, come to the next question. Which of the following is not a postulate of classical model of full employment equilibrium? See, when we talk about full employment equilibrium, let's talk about the first point. We assume that wage and prices are flexible. If my wages are sticky, if they don't move according to price, then I can't achieve full employment, right? So sticky prices is a concept, or sticky wages is a concept which was launched by Keynes when he saw recession. But when we talk about the classical model, they thought that wages and price can move very easily. That is why, because price could move easily, they introduced neutrality of money. They said, look, increase money and price will increase immediately. Wages will increase immediately. Real wage will remain constant. You will always be at full employment level. So basically, they assumed that wage and prices, they are flexible. On the other hand, if I talk about Keynes, he postulated the concept of stickiness. He is the one who talked about that. So this is correct. This is, in fact, a part of classical model. Perfect information about the prices, about the market. Correct. Again, because the classicals, they were always of a view that the markets are working perfectly, that everyone knows everything about the market, that there is no reason why there will be excess supply or excess demand. Markets will clear themselves. They thought that there is perfect information about the market. So no asymmetry was talked about when we talk about the classical model. Is interest rate and money supply always inversely related? Shoshamik, money supply, no, money supply to we assume to be vertical, right? Money demand can have a relation with interest rate. Money supply is assumed to be exogenous in the models.
Ma'am, I'm asking in the sense of monetary policy.
In the sense of monetary policy, how? What happens when money supply increases? Is this what you're asking?
Ma'am, if ma'am, in order to increase the money supply, we have to reduce the interest rate so that people will not put money in the bank for saving.
Money, in order to increase money supply, we have to change interest rate? No, no. My money supply can only be changed by the Reserve Bank, by the central bank. The things that we can do can only be around money demand. I cannot have any changes from money supply side. That cannot be done. So,
okay.
I mean, unless you have a particular question that you can post, I can see into that. This is my money supply. This is my money demand, right? Demand has this equation ky minus hi. This can be linked to interest rate. Supply will always be exogenous. If supply increases by the government, suppose the supply curve shifts to the right, then in that case, I can go ahead and I can think of it that, okay, when supply increased, interest rate decreased, right? But how is this working? When the supply curve shifted to the right, I have more money in my economy. This more money has to be consumed. The only way to consume this money will be to increase the demand also. Because now I have more notes in the economy. How can I increase the demand? If people will hold more money. When will people hold more money? If they will not invest. When will they not invest? When interest rate will decrease. So this will shift the interest rate downward. So this is going to shift to the right, and there is going to be a movement along the demand curve so that I move from point A to point B. So basically, we are always going to have inverse relationship between interest rate and the demand of money. This effect is only for the short run. So the inverse relationship between the demand of money and interest rate is irrespective. I mean, we don't talk about short run or long run. If you notice, this money market is helping me determine the LM curve. The LM curve is supposed to be upward sloping from this money market. LM curve can be horizontal or vertical depending on a particular case. Just if I am trapped, if there is a liquidity trap, right? In such cases, I can go ahead and say that, okay, my LM curve will become horizontal. Or if I am already at full employment level of output, I can make my LM curve even to be vertical. But usually speaking, we don't, I mean, for the money market side, we don't do short run versus long run. When we talk about ADAS, we do a short run, long run phenomena. Money market, we don't in particular do a short run, long run. If at all they ask you what happens, then we can of course say that, you know, I can take my LM curve to be vertical, and you know, there is going to be no effect of the government policy, fiscal policy in the long run, because I will be at my full employment level. So there will be full crowding out effect from I to I star. This is how I will move. So I will move from point E to E dash, and LM will become vertical at the full employment level. We can do that. But usually when we talk about the money market, short run, long run don't play that much a role. I mean, they will never ask you what happens in short run versus long run within the money market. That will not be asked. And other thing which you can relate this to is the quantity theory of money. So even if you go ahead and check this, MV is equal to PY, which comes for classicals, then you can go ahead and say that M by P is equal to 1 by V into Y. So M by P is equal to K times Y. This is what the classical suggested. So in that sense, when I talk about the classicals, they didn't introduce any interest rate. According to the quantity theory of money, I am only linked with this, that the real money is only linked to the real output. It's not linked to interest rate. So if they ask you, if you wanted to ask whether it will always be, real money will always be linked to interest rate, it's not linked in case of classicals. But the equation that usually we do, yes, we link it. We say that the demand of money is going to be KY minus HM. But remember, this is always inversely related to the interest rate, demand of money. We equate demand to supply. So in that sense, things become like this, but not directly. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Next we talk about, so next point is consumption and savings function depend on income. So what were we doing? We were doing the classical view. So this is a concept given by Keynes actually. Keynes gave this function which said that C is equal to C bar plus CY, S is equal to minus S bar plus small sy. So this was not given by classical theory. This was given by Keynes theory. So this is incorrect. The price level moves proportionately with the quantity of money. Yes, that's correct. That's called the neutrality of money. This is given by classical. And we can link it to the quantity theory of money also. So we can have this equation in place, and we can say that when this increases, we hold usually these things constant. Y is at full employment level. It's anyways constant. So this increases in the same proportion. So you can write this part as this also. And I want to kind of highlight one more thing here. So I will quickly do that also. So here, you can say GM. So we have, so I'm just trying to link quantity theory of money in terms of growth. So GM plus GV is equal to GP plus GY. So GM plus GV equal to inflation plus G1. So if the growth rate of output is 0, because it is at full employment level, and the growth rate of velocity is 0, because we assume velocity to be constant, then GM becomes equal to 1. So the growth rate in money will be equal to the inflation rate. In some questions, especially in GATE exam, what they did is they gave inflation. They gave inflation at 4%. And later they asked very tricky question that they asked, what should be growth rate of money to hold inflation constant, or to keep prices stable, to keep prices not growing, something like that they will say. Actually, they mentioned the word inflation constant. So they gave this GP, GV, and GY. Tino ka value was given. They asked about GM. GP was given at 4. GY was given, suppose, at 8. GV was given at 2. They asked GM. So usual thing would have been that you just plug in these 3 values. Here, 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 and you find GM. But they actually said that we want the growth in price to be 0. We want to keep it at the same level. We don't want prices to grow. So ideally, what should be done is that this should be kept at 0, even though that was given in the question. So reading the question is very important in the right way. You have to go through each and every word, what it implies. This can come as a fill in the blank, an NAT question. So you have to be pretty sure whether all the information given in the question is to be used or is not to be used. And I will show you that a lot of times in IIT also. Okay, now come to this question. So an economy in the last question, there is no output produced, no productive activity. No, it says that there is a productive activity, right? There, the government is employing them. When you are employed, when you hire people and you engage them in, they're digging the pit and filling the pit, but you are engaging them, you are paying them something. So if you pay them something, you are assuming that it must be a productive activity. So to give you the example, I mean, I should not be saying it, but imagine a person who works who works in a government office, and every day he goes and he just has his tea and he comes back and he gets 60,000 a month, maybe something like that. I will include his salary in GDP, even though he's not doing any productive activity. We don't account for productive activity using the method whether they actually worked in office or not. We will account it by the way whether they were paid or not, right? So if government is paying them as salary, yes, then that would be part of GDP. I mean, even if 2 of them end up not digging in the real time. Okay. Okay, so come to the next question. So an economy is characterized by the solo model with the production function. Yes, even from income method, you will get that. Absolutely. An economy is characterized by the solo model with production function y is equal to root k, where y is output per worker and k is capital per worker. The steady state of output per worker, steady state is already given to you in the question as YSS equal to A 1/1 minus alpha gamma by delta alpha upon 1 minus alpha. Okay. Denote productivity is okay, etc., etc. It says A is 1. 1/1 minus alpha is half. Gamma is 50%, so I will take 0.5. Delta is 5%, so 0.05. Just divide by 100 to convert the percentage. Alpha is half. 1 minus half. Okay. This is going to be YSS. So what will be my YSS? 1 to the power anything is 1. This is 50 by 5. And this is just 1. So this gives you the answer as 10. Now, this is my steady state. Then it says that capital is at 400. So what is your actual output? It is root of 400, which means it will be 20. So clearly my actual output is greater than the steady state level of output, isn't it? So I'm going to go ahead and get the answer as above the steady state. Correct. So answer is A. So very, very simple question. That is why I have been telling you, please don't deviate yourself with ISI questions at this time. We will do ISI the moment we finish. ISI ka sara question we will do it in the live class. Don't worry. The moment I finish with IIT exam, don't deviate yourself doing ISI, DSC. Sometimes in order to do difficult questions, you end up not doing the simpler ones. At max, do the mock tests that are important, right? Because usme, even if you don't get to the last answer, wo jo beech ka tricky part hai, I want you to just keep those things in mind. But don't do ISI for now, please. Which of the following statement is not correct in the context of quantity theory of money? Okay. So quantity theory of money is MV is equal to PY. The quantity of money available determines the price in the economy. So that's correct. Money is going to determine the price. This is correct. The growth rate in the quantity of money is available determines the inflation rate in the economy. The same thing. If I take log on both sides, I will get this equation. Then if you just differentiate this, you will get this. And you can rewrite this as GM plus GV equal to GP plus GY. So growth rate of money determines inflation, correct. Velocity of money must rise with increase in the quantity of money in the economy. This is not suggested by quantity theory. There is so if you think about this, then velocity of money will be Py by M. If M increases, then V will decrease, right? It will not increase. So this is an incorrect statement. The economy's output is determined by factors, supplies, and technology because money is neutral. Neutrality of money is suggested because this is the classical model. So this is also correct. So the correct answer to this question is going to be C. Come to the next question. Which of the following statement is not correct under the ISLM fixed price model? The LM curve represents the combination of income and interest rate where money market is in equilibrium, correct? I usually have the supply of money. I have the demand of money. The demand and supply will give me an interest rate. When my income increases, demand of money increases. Demand of money curve will shift to the right or upwards. The interest rate in the economy will increase. So increase in Y increases I, LM curve is upward sloping, and this is a money market equilibrium situation. So this is correct. The IS curve represents the combination of income and interest rate where goods and service market is in equilibrium. This is also correct statement because we know that I draw a 45-degree line. We have this as C plus I plus G. When interest rate increases, investment decreases because I is I bar minus BI. When investment decreases, I shift downwards. The level of my output at equilibrium decreases. So increase in interest rate decreases Y. We show that by a downward sloping IS curve, and it shows the goods market equilibrium. An increase in money supply raises income and reduces the interest rate when IS has a negative slope and LM has a positive slope. Okay, let's do this part. Increase in money supply. So when money supply increases, देखो money supply का increase is not used in the derivation of LM curve. Derivation uses the increase in money demand because of increase in income. So increase in money supply, because it is not used in deriving the LM curve, will shift the LM curve. So when money supply increases, my LM curve should shift to the right. When money supply decreases, my LM curve should shift backward. So increase in money supply should shift my LM curve to the right. So I have LM curve, I have IS curve, the LM curve shifts to the right. When my LM curve shifts to the right, I am supposed to go ahead and increase my income, and I'm going to go ahead and reduce the interest rate. When IS has a negative slope and LM has a positive slope, so this is equal to monetary policy has a relatively weak effect on income when the interest responsiveness of the demand for money is relatively low. So what is going to happen in this is I want to just give you a quick theory of the multiplier so that you can revise it with me. So please write that. See the slope. So if you notice, money market equation is supply of money equal to demand of money, right? And from here, if I have to draw my LM curve, it is in the IY space. So I can just find the slope of this. So slope will be D of M by P is equal to K dy minus H di. Ye to zero hoga. Money supply does not change along the same LM curve because only shift, it can shift the LM curve. It can't bring movement along the LM curve. So this will be zero. This will be K dy minus H di. So it will be H di equal to K dy and di by dy will become K by H. So basically, we see that if I just have to talk about the slope of the LM curve, then the slope of the LM curve in itself is going to be steeper the larger the value of K. Because when K increases, slope increases. Increasing slope will always give you a steeper curve. Second, it is flatter the larger the H. Okay. Now, if I just go ahead and look at the fourth part that it is saying, it said that monetary policy has relatively weak effect on income. Monetary policy means I must shift the LM curve. Weak effect of income when interest responsiveness of money demand is low. Interest responsiveness. So if I talk about my equation was demand of money is equal to KY minus HI. Ye interest responsiveness hai, H. And it says interest responsiveness is relatively low. It means that this H is low. So if I go back here and I check, if H is low, then देखो मैंने बोला flatter the larger the H. If H is low, then LM is steeper. So I am going to show you the two things, one with steeper LM and one with flatter LM. So have a look. This is going to be my IS curve. I am going to draw a steep LM and I am going to draw a flat LM. It is a monetary policy. So I am going to shift my LM curve. So I shift my LM curve by the same amount. Jitna arrow bana diya, utne se hi shift karna hai, dono ko. So once I will shift my flat LM curve and the other time I will shift my steep LM curve. Note that both have been shifted by the same gap. Shifting the LM curve because it is a monetary policy. So when I shift the steep LM curve, I go from equilibrium point E to equilibrium point E dash. That means my income increases from Y to Y dash. And when I shift the flat LM curve, I go from equilibrium point E to equilibrium point E double dash. Mane I go from Y to Y double dash. So flatter the LM curve. Jitna flat hoga LM curve, I am going to have lesser impact of monetary policy. Less impact of monetary policy. In this case, they said that H is low, which means LM is steep. Steep LM curve, more impact, right? More output is increasing. So steeper the LM curve. You should remember all this. The more effective the monetary policy. So which means that this is an incorrect statement where it is saying that it will be less impactful. It should be more impactful, right? AD will be flatter. Huh? So AD is going to depend on both IS and LM curve. And of course, I can just talk about the statement, what you are saying is correct, but I have to see what is my alpha, what is my K, other factors holding constant, then we can talk about this being correct. Now just think about this. Other than this, and because you talked about AD curve, I want you to make a note of two multiplier. देखो एक multiplier तो वो होता है जो directly निकल जाता है. That means this. This is your 45-degree line. This is your C plus I plus G. This shifts. And this multiplier is simple. इसको हम alpha G बोलते हैं, which is 1 upon 1 minus C or 1 upon 1 minus C, 1 minus T, depending on the value, on whether tax is given or not. This is a simple multiplier. ये multiplier तब तक है जब तक AS AD का concept launch नहीं हुआ. Till I am just working with the goods market. But once I have created an IS curve from this goods market and I have connected this to LM curve, then this is not the multiplier. Then corresponding to this IS and LM curve, we will have something which will be called as the fiscal and monetary multiplier. Monetary multiplier is when monetary policy comes, when LM shifts to the right, when money increases, and fiscal multiplier is when IS shifts to the right, when IS curve is shifting. So these are the two multipliers that I have. Please write down the values of these. We have done the derivation. It's also there in the intermediate videos. But for now, I'm giving you the derivation. Please write down. So your fiscal multiplier can be represented by alpha G upon 1 plus K alpha G B by H. एक चीज को analyze कर लेना. H is the interest sensitivity of demand of money. K is income sensitivity of demand of money. B is interest sensitivity of the investment. And alpha G is this alpha G only. जो यहाँ पे alpha G निकाला था. This entire thing is the fiscal multiplier. तो fiscal multiplier सिर्फ ये नहीं है. Fiscal multiplier is impacted by B, H, K, and alpha G. Similarly, the monetary multiplier. Suppose this entire thing is some gamma. So monetary multiplier is B by H into gamma. Why am I telling you these? Because suppose in exam, they tell you that when B increases, sensitivity of interest rate increases for investment, then fiscal policy becomes less effective. ऐसा कुछ दे दिया है statement में. I know that this B is coming in the denominator. This B is coming in the denominator. So I know that if this B will increase, the entire fraction will decrease because it is in the denominator. So when B will increase, fiscal policy multiplier will decrease. So it will be less effective. So you don't have to then go ahead and again think about कौन steeper होगा, कौन flatter होगा. You just have to check directly whether it is going to increase the multiplier or decrease the multiplier. So it will be a good idea if you can at least keep these two multipliers in mind. It will be very helpful later on. Okay. So this statement was incorrect. So D is the correct answer to this question. Make sure that you read the statements. Most of the time IIT will say not correct, not true. तो correct वाले को मत करके आ जाना. Okay, come to the next question. The technical change in endogenous growth model is endogenized by providing incentive to firms to innovate, making the savings function dependent on income, introducing constraints in the capital accumulation, assuming a perfectly competitive market structure. So the answer to this question is actually A. And again, I have discussed this in for us in mock test also. Endogenous growth model only is, it only works on innovation. It says that the growth that can come in any economy is because of the innovation factor, because of the A, this A, जिसको हम technological growth लिखते हैं. This is what is going to go ahead and bring innovation. This is what is going to go ahead and bring growth in the economy. So therefore, it says that if I give incentive to firms to innovate, अच्छा क्या चीजें हैं जो incentive को decline करेंगी? If firms innovate, this is also part of the same model, but others immediately copy, then firms will not have an incentive to innovate. I spent my resources for innovation and you immediately copied that thing. Other people just reduced their cost by copying it. Then no firm will have incentive to innovate. And then how will I make sure that firms innovate? Through copyrights and patents. So therefore, we can say that, and maybe it can come next time, that how can firms continue to innovate? How will I provide them an incentive? By giving them copyrights, by giving them patents, by ensuring that it is published somewhere, by giving them some subsidies to innovate, so that there is a continuous growth engaged in my economy. Okay, come to the next question. The real exchange rate is given by E equal to E P by P star, where E is the price of domestic goods, E is the price of domestic currency, P is the domestic price, P star, etc., etc. If Indian rupee depreciates and Marshall-Lerner condition holds, then okay. So ideally, they have given a lot of information, which is of not much use to me. I just have to read this line that my Indian rupee is depreciating. And we know that if depreciation takes place, then my good becomes cheaper. If my good becomes cheaper, then the demand of my commodity will increase. If the demand will increase, I will be able to export more. If I will be able to export more, export minus import will increase. So my trade balance will increase. But we have seen something which is called as the J curve, which tells us that for some time, when we depreciate, the trade balance worsens. So यहाँ पर जब वो trade balance की बात कर रहे हैं, should I say it improves or should I say it worsens? What would be the right thing? That is where this information comes into picture. It says Marshall-Lerner condition holds, which means, again we have seen this, it means that this aspect cannot be true. It means that when you will depreciate, then in that case, your trade balance is supposed to improve. That is what the condition suggests. So therefore, we can say that imports will increase now, exports will increase, India's trade balance will improve, correct? Foreign demand for Indian goods will increase, correct? This is what we saw. Foreign demand for Indian goods will decrease, incorrect. So this sentence makes sure that I am not stuck in this part of the J curve where I am worsening. It ensures that the usual phenomena holds true. Okay. Come to the next question. Which of the following statement is correct, are correct under the Keynesian cross price model? The product market and factor market independently determine the full employment level of output. So understand. See, the factor market is assumed to be dependent on the product market. The factor market, चाहे labor की बात करो या capital की बात करो, it is called to have imputed demand. So how much factor I will demand, कितना labor demand होगा, कितना capital demand होगा, it will depend on how much output I want to produce. And we have seen this, right? When we do the reverse, when we just have the demand of labor and the supply of labor, and we go ahead and find the equilibrium labor, then we see, right, that this labor through the production function tells me how much output I am producing. So these are interlinked concepts, labor and output. I cannot say that they are independent of each other. So this would be an incorrect statement. Output is determined in the product market by aggregate expenditure. This is correct. We saw this. When we talk only about the product market, then I have a 45-degree line. I have an AE curve, which is C plus I plus G, aggregate expenditure curve, and I will determine the level of output in the product market. So this is a correct statement. Money market determines the price level given the quantity of money and the level of the output. So think about this. See, when I talk about the Keynesian model, the Keynesian model does not say that money market individually can determine the price level. And we know that actually the entire concept of how prices increase when money increases, etc., only hold true when we talk about the classical model. When we talk about the Keynesian model, and when I especially talk about the AS-AD curve, everything together will determine the price. AS and AD together can determine the price in the economy. Not the money market alone can determine the price in the economy. This is definitely incorrect. Employment is determined in the factor market by output level determined in the product market. Again, this is the same statement that I made above, that the factor market has an imputed demand. Its demand is gained from how much I want to produce in the product market. If I want to produce more, I will employ more. If I want to produce less, I will employ less. So this is correct, that the employment will be determined by the output produced in the product market. So as you know, we have gone ahead and done the entire AS-AD model, right? So not the money market alone, but the product market and money market and the labor market together. AS curve comes from the labor market. AD comes from the money plus the goods market. They together will determine, not alone. Okay. Okay. Come to the next question. Monthly per capita consumption expenditure of 10 households in a region is given below. So because they gave this question, I have been giving you multiple such questions in the mock test, not only related to squared poverty gap ratio, but related to income gap ratio, related to other poverty gap ratios. You have to go ahead and try and practice all the possible poverty, and please look at my development eco video for that. All the possible poverty measures. Jisme poverty gap ratio is just one of them. So now let's see this. It says, assuming the poverty cutoff Z of MPCE to be 2000, the squared poverty gap ratio is given by. So please write down. So what I'm going to do is the formula for squared poverty gap ratio. This is given by 1 by n summation Z minus yi by Z. I goes from 1 to all those individuals who are below the poverty line, n suppose. So Z is your poverty line. Yi is only going to take those people who are below the poverty line. So if my poverty line is 2000, then below poverty line, I'm going to take this person, this person, this person, this person, and this person. So I have 5 people who are going to be below my poverty line. So accordingly, I will take my yi. So if I go ahead and I look at it, Z is 2000. I will just write it 5 times. And I have 1200 here, 1400, 1000, 900, and 30. Divided by 2000, 2000, 2000, 2000, and 2000. Squared up, squared up, squared up, squared up, and squared up. Sum this everything up. And then divide this by 1 or multiply it by 1 by n. And how many individuals are there? 10 individuals. So this must be multiplied, right? So you will get the answer as 0.16 plus 0.09. Please solve it on your own once and check this. 0.25, 0.3025, 0.1225. This is what you will be getting after solving this. Divide by 10. So you will get the answer as 0.925 divided by 10, 0.092. This is going to be your answer. So calculation is easy. You will be given calculators in exam. The only thing is to understand the formula and solve accordingly. So you can find those videos under the Indian Eco section only. Under Indian economy only, I have gone ahead and added these videos on development eco also, which talk about different poverty ratios and which talk about other things also. Like, for example, what is capability approach? What is human development index formula? It talks about that. Okay, come to the next question. Suppose that the full employment level of output of an economy is 2200 million. This is a good question. Expenditure determined by the level of output is 2163 million. And marginal propensity to consume is 0.75. The deflationary gap is equal to. So understand this thing. So when I talk about the deflationary gap is there because there is a gap between full employment level and the current level of the output. So the gap between this and this is the gap which I want to cover. Utna mujhe cover karna hai. So when I go ahead and I check 2200 minus 2163, I am going to go ahead and I'm going to get the answer for the gap that I want to cover. So this gap is going to come down to 30. But note that I don't need to spend 37 in order to cover this gap. Okay. So what happens is, every rupee that I spend, I want to reach this level. I want to reach 2200. But every rupee that I spend, it is going to have a multiplier effect. And what is my multiplier? My multiplier is given by 1 upon 1 minus C. So it is given by 1 upon 1 minus 0.75. So it is given by 1 upon 0.25, which means it is given by 4. So for every 1 rupee I spend, it automatically converts to 4 because of this multiplier effect. So I don't have to go ahead and spend these 37 rupees. I want to reach this target. I want to have covered this 37 gap. But in order to cover that gap, the expenditure that I will be required to do is just 1/4 of it. It's just 9.25. This, through the multiplier effect, will become 37. I have given such questions also, inflationary, deflationary gap. In mock test, I want you to practice those. You have to understand the concept that when you want to cover a particular gap in the economy, you don't have to go ahead and you don't have to spend that much money. Each rupee spent is going to multiply itself. So you just have to spend some money. It after multiplication should become this much. And how much should I be spending? Only this much. This is what I would be willing to spend. Opposite. So inflationary gap is basically going to be the case where I will have my output today more than my full employment level. So actually it's just going to be this 2400, suppose. So I have to withdraw 200, but I don't have to actually go ahead and do that. That also works through the same multiplier effect. So in order to withdraw 200, I just want to go ahead and reduce my spending by 50 as a government, and 4 times it will reduce itself. Inflationary gap is going to be there when output will be more than full employment. Deflationary will be when output will be less than full employment. The method remains the same. You just have to find the gap and it is going to work through the multiplier effect. So accordingly, you will invest or disinvest. Okay, now come to the next question. Let the consumption function, tax function, and income identity be given by this. So you're given C is equal to C naught plus B, Y minus T, T is equal to T naught plus T Y, Y is equal to C plus I plus G. So you're given that B is 0.75 and T is 0.1. Increase in G by 20 million will increase Y by how much? So Y is equal to C naught plus B ki jagah pe I will put 0.75, Y minus T ki jagah pe we will put T naught minus small t ki jagah pe I will put 0.1, Y plus G naught. Actually, I don't have to do this much also, but I'm just deriving it. Then we can do it through formula also. So Y will be equal to C naught plus 0.7 Y minus 0.1 Y minus T naught plus G naught. This is going to be C naught plus 0.75, 0.9 Y minus 0.75 T naught plus G naught. This is Y. So 1 minus 0.75, 0.9 Y is equal to C naught plus G naught minus 0.75 T naught. Ye pura ho gaya. Now it says how much is my Y going to change when my government expenditure changes by a certain amount. So basically I can just bring change everywhere. So 1 minus 0.75, 0.9 change in Y is equal to C is not changing, 0. Change in G naught, T is not changing, that becomes 0. So change in Y by change in G naught will be 1 upon 1 minus 0.75 into 0.5. G is changing by 20, तो यहाँ पे 20 कर दो. This goes on the right hand side, it becomes in the numerator, so this becomes like this. You solve this and you will get 61.5. इस पूरी चीज को करने की जरूरत नहीं थी. I could have simply used my multiplier formula also. This is this. This is my multiplier, and multiplier is nothing but it is change in y upon change in g. So change in y is multiplier into change in g. If you notice, this is exactly what I have derived. C, or marginal propensity to consume, is given as 0.75. Tax rate was given as 0.1, so 1 minus t will become 0.9. So actually I have done exactly the same thing only. But I went through this derivation because sometimes they may give some additional information. Just say, what if they would have given investment as a function of income? So यहाँ पर I की जगह पे I might have had I bar plus suppose CY. Suppose as my income increases, investment increases. So उस case में this would have been an additional factor where Y was involved. Then this formula, general formula, will not work. So it's a good idea if you can just go through this once and write dy and dg once and solve it. Okay, now come to the next question, question number 49. The following table represents national income and find personal disposable income. P again class 12th का question है ये. Find personal income, personal disposable income, private disposable income. This does not come in ISI, BSc, etc. So I urge you to go through the concepts very well. The good part about this is that most of the information is not to be used. The personal disposable income is personal income minus taxes. So if I do 1 to 40 minus 28, I will get personal disposable income as 112. And that's the answer. This is my personal income and this is my direct taxes. Only this is required for personal disposable income. But most of the students got it wrong because they did not knew the formula. They started from some private income and they did something with it. Okay, now come to the next question. The following table provides a list of countries selling Big Mac and market exchange rate in January 2019. Using the above information, the cheapest price in dollar of Big Mac is. Yes, they can. Of course. So think about this question. It says that this Big Mac is available in these currencies at this price, and this is my exchange rate that I have. So actually, if you think about it, if it is, let's start with India first. So if it is for 178 rupees and $1 is 69.69 rupees and I'm paying 178 rupees. How many dollars am I paying? 178 divided by 69.69. I have paid this many rupees. $1 is this. So how many dollars is it worth? Just divide 178 by the exchange rate. You will get it in dollars. So when I divide this, I will get the answer as 2.55 in terms of dollar. I hope this is clear. $1 69 rupees का है. मैंने 178 rupees खर्च किए. So 178 divided by 69.69 gives me $2.55. If I were to spend in India, it would have costed me this much. On very, very similar analysis, you can just divide and check. So 5.58 divided by 1 will be 5.58. If you keep dividing, you will get something like this. 5.861, 3.596, 2.83, 3.05, 1.651 by dividing. It says the cheapest price in dollar of Big Mac? It's here. It's in Russia. Because in Russia, it was for 110 rubles. And $1 was worth 66.69 rubles. So you just spend $1.65 and you can get the Big Mac. So which means that the answer is 1.65. The only thing you had to do was divide this by this and see which is the cheapest. That's it. Very simple question, but you have to understand what the question is saying. Okay. Come to the next one. Suppose that per capita GDP of India and USA are growing at an annual average rate of 8.8 and 1.8 respectively. Further consider that per capita GDP of USA, so you're given per capita GDP of USA is 41099 and that of India is 1570. The growth rate of USA is 1.8% and the growth rate of India is 8.8%. Assuming that the two countries continue to grow at the above rate, India's per capita GDP will be equal to per capita GDP of USA in how many years? This is not a macro question actually, just a simple logical question, maths question. So think about this. See, India is growing every year at 8.8%. US is growing every year at 1.8%. So it's not that USA is not growing, wo bhi grow kar raha hai aur India bhi, and I have to see the convergence. So if I think about it, India, let they converge in year end. So India का इस साल 1570 था. अगले साल इसी में it will add 8% to it. फिर जो आएगा उसमें वापस 8% add हो जाएगा and so on. This is compounding. So which means I can simply write this as 1570 1 plus 8.8 by 100 to the power n in n years. Similarly, for USA, I can write that it started with 41099. It is also growing at 1.8% every year. So at the end of n years, it will be this. I want to find that n such that I get equal amount. The total GDP that I have for India becomes equal to the GDP of USA. So I just have to equate the two. 1570 1 plus 8.8 upon 100 to the power n becomes equal to this. Just take log on both sides. So Penny, let's just simplify. Maybe you can just divide 41099 by 1570. And here you will be just left up with 26.17. Now just take log on both sides. So ln 1 plus 8.8 by 100 to the power n is equal to 26.17, 1 plus 1.8 by 100 to the power n. I have taken ln here also. So this is going to give me n ln 1 plus 8.8 by 100 is equal to ln 26.17 plus n ln 1 plus 1.8 by. I am just using the basic rules of ln. Ln m plus ln n will be ln m plus ln n. This is ln mn, right? So it will become ln m plus ln n. Then ln m to the power n, n comes down and you will be left with something else. You will be given a scientific calculator within the platform. That's not to be worried about. So this becomes 100 plus 1, 100 plus 8.8. इसको अगर मैं simple terms में लिखूं, this will be 108.8 by 100. And if I have to write this will be 101.8 by. So you just solve this. So you will have n ln 108.8 by 100 minus ln 101.8 by 100. This will give you the answer as ln 26.17. Just solve this thing and you will get n equal to ln 26.17 upon ln 1.068 after solving this. So the value of n will come approximately. Solving, I am leaving up to you. I think you can do the basic ln solving. I'm not going to do that. The concept is very simple. You want to equate the GDP of the two economies after some years. And you have to find when will they coincide. So they will coincide after approximately 50 years. And what have I done? I've just taken the growth rate. And this is the formula of compounding. If you remember, the basic formula of compounding is P1 plus R by 100 to the power T. है ना? ये तो compounding interest rate होता है. So this is in a way my principal. This is my interest rate. This is to the power T, time period. Same iska. And they want it to be same. So I just equated it. Okay, come to the next question. ACD Bank holds a total deposit of 256412. To expand the money supply, the Reserve Bank reduced the reserve ratio. So earlier reserve ratio was 4.5%. Now reserve ratio is 3.5%. Now just think. See, whenever you have any deposit with you, that deposit is supposed to grow through the effect of money multiplier. The money multiplier in most simple equation can be represented by 1 divided by CRR. This is the money multiplier. So the money multiplier in this case will be 1 divided by 4.5 percent है तो इसको by 100 कर लेना. The money multiplier in the other case is going to be 1 divided by 3.5%. This is what my money multiplier is going to be. Now, once I find this money multiplier, ye deposits, they are going to multiply themselves based on this money multiplier. This time they will multiply themselves. So which means that if I have a deposit of 256412, after putting the money multiplier in place, they will grow at this rate, and I will get the answer as 5698044. This many times money has multiplied itself. We know the concept of money multiplier. You give your deposits, bank will keep some reserves, remaining amount bank will give out as loan. That loan will be deposited again in the bank and money will multiply. Same here. When I have a deposit of 256412, with this reserve ratio, this is my multiplier, my money will grow out to 7326057. So earlier my money became this, deposits became this when they multiplied itself. Now my deposits have become this. What is the difference between the two? The difference between two is 1628013, and this is your answer. This is the amount by which additional money would be generated. As a simple rule, whenever you will decrease your reserve ratio, you will always increase in the money supply in the economy. So pretty simple question. You just had to use this formula. Okay, come to the next part. Given the following information related to the product and money market, the equilibrium level of interest rate is. Okay. So let's solve the product market first. Y is equal to C plus I plus G. So 300 plus 300, 600 plus 400,000 plus 0.8 Y. Instead of T, I will put this. 200 plus 0.2 Y. This is Y. So Y is equal to 1000 plus 0.8 Y minus 0.8 into 200 plus 0.8 into 0.2 into y. You could have solved here directly also. Y minus 0.2y would have been 0.8y into 0.8 would have been 0.64. So 1000 plus 0.64 minus 160, this is y. So 0.36y, this gives me 840, and the value of y that you will get from here will be 233. This is your y. Now come to the money market. The money market says demand of money should be equal to supply of money. Supply of money is m by 2, which is 900 by 1, which is 900. Demand of money is this. This should be equal to demand of money. Why I found out from the goods market at 2333. So I will just plug in this value. I will get 900 equal to 0.4 2333 minus 200 I. Just solve for I. So you will get I as 0.16. So the interest rate is going to be upward. This is your interest. Usually in exam, mostly they will ask you to find the interest rate and equilibrium level of income simultaneous. यहाँ से एक इक्वेशन आएगा y का, यहाँ से एक इक्वेशन आएगा y का, but in that case your interest rate, ये investment will not be autonomous. They will give you some value of investment, say something like this. तो अगर investment भी function of interest rate होता, supposedly, then my product market equation would have been the IS equation, typical IS equation in Y and I. Money market would also have been in Y and I. Then you would have solved for Y and I simultaneously. But this was easier. I just solved Y from product market, plugged that here and found the I from the money market. And that is it. So these were the only questions that were there from macroeconomics. Now, just see here. See, when I talk about variances of sample and I'm talking about with replacement, this is how the sample mean looks. This is the usual formula that we have gone ahead and we have seen. So it is usually that the sample mean, it is normally distributed with mean mu and variance sigma square by n. So with replacement, the sample mean that we have is sigma square by n. Now let's talk about without replacement. When I talk about without replacement, we usually have something which is known as a correction factor. And that is known as finite population correction factor. That finite population correction factor, that is basically given by this, n minus n upon n minus n, where capital N is for population and small n is for sample. So remember that whenever I talk about the with replacement part, with replacement, we will have a correction factor, and this correction factor is n minus n upon n minus 1. So in the variance of with replacement, you will go ahead and you will include this correction factor. Okay, so this is how the two will be different. Always remember, this is throughout. One will be without replacement and one will be with replacement. With replacement means what? That, you know, if I have a population and it has different x1, x2, x3 and so on till xn, I want to make a sample out of it. I can choose any one value and then I can choose that again. That is with replacement. That's with replacement. So with replacement is what has the variance sigma square by n, and
without replacement, you're going to go ahead and you're going to include this finite population correction factor. Now, there are some notable features that you must want to go ahead and make a note of. First of all, whether I talk about the sample mean with replacement or without replacement, it is always an unbiased estimator of the population mean. So whether I talk about, please make a note, with or without replacement, the sample mean that you find out, this is an unbiased estimator of the population mean. That's the first part. Second part, with replacement, average variance of all possible outcome of sample is sigma square. So ये क्या हो गया, एक बारी देख लो. See, when I say that so I am saying X bar is normally distributed with mean mu and variance sigma square by n. This is the variance of this. Now I want to ask, is this variance an unbiased variance? Is it an unbiased estimator of the variance of the population or not? So the answer is yes. If I find the expected value of sigma square by n, I will simply get sigma square of population. That means that this sigma square by n is an unbiased estimator of the sigma square of the population. So when I talk about with replacement, I am saying that the sigma square by n, the variance that you find for X bar, it is an unbiased estimator of sigma square. Then we talk about what happens without replacement. Now, without replacement, what is the variance that I found out? Without replacement variance was sigma square by n, n minus n by n minus 1. This was without replacement. So I want to ask, is this an unbiased estimator? I'm just giving you all this extra information. You should remember this. Unbiased estimator of sigma square of population. The answer is no. It is an unbiased estimator of a different version of sigma square of population. Which sigma square? When the formula of sigma square is this. So please read this down. Average variance of all possible samples selected without replacement is equal to modified population variance. So the expected value of the variance of the sample which is without replacement, जो भी हमने formula निकाला, it is equal to this. It is equal to the modified population variance. Okay. Now let's go back to question after all this information. So we know that we have got two parts to it. The first part says that we understand that we have the variance of the sample mean with replacement, and that is given by sigma square by n. And we know that without replacement, it is given by sigma square by n, n minus n upon n minus 1. Now we just have to evaluate this factor एक बारी, क्योंकि ये वाला factor तो इससे multiply हुआ है. So what we can do is we can compare. Is n minus n greater than n minus 1? No. N minus n is less than n minus 1 because my sample size will always be greater than 1. So here I am subtracting n from it, and here I am only subtracting 1 from it. So n minus n will be always less than n minus 1. This implies that n minus n upon n minus 1 will be less than 1. So if I multiply sigma square by n on both sides, I will get this relationship number A. So we can say that the correct statement is A. Think about it. Tell me if there is any doubt. So we have got the sigma square of, we have got the variances in the two cases. The sigma square in the first case is sigma square by n, and the sigma square in the second case is sigma square by n into n minus n by n minus 1. And we have been able to prove that this is greater because this factor, this is less than 1. I hope this is clear to you. Okay. Now let's go to the second question. In hypothesis testing, which of the following defines the size of the power of the test? Now just think about it. We have learned two things. One is called type 1 error, and the other is called type 2 error. When I talk about type 1 error, type 1 error is basically alpha. And when I talk about type 2 error is basically beta. We have learned about both of these things. So if I just go back and I have to give you some brief about it, we have to understand that type 1 error is the probability of going ahead and rejecting null when true. And so Shomik, in case of standard deviation, we will just go ahead and take the under root of the variances. So it is just going to be this. Standard deviation will simply be this. Under root of the two things. But make sure that you understand that when I talk about these standard deviations and variances, these are for the mean. Please make sure that this is in your mind. My mean is normally distributed with sample mean is normally distributed with population mean mu and variance sigma square by n. So the standard deviation is sigma by root n in this case. So it's the same here. Sigma by root n, and this will be under root of this thing. Okay, fine. So let's go to this question there. So beta is the probability of accepting null when false. And when I talk about the power of the test is 1 minus beta. So this is the power of the test. So it is 1 minus probability of accepting null when false. Okay, come to the next question. So if you will notice, this question is again asking about with and without replacement. So again, you have to understand that the basic formulas are important from the exam point of view. Okay, so let me just explain you first, and then we will go to the question. Okay, Sudha. So in second question, we are just asking what is type 1 and type 2 error. And from there, we are going about the power of the test. So here, if you notice, type 1 error is called alpha, which is probability of rejecting null when true. And type 2 error is probability of accepting null when false. And power of test is 1 minus beta. So this is going to be this 1 minus probability of accepting null when false. This is your answer. Simply remember, power of the test is 1 minus beta. Okay. Now come to the third question. Suppose that two random samples of size n1 and n2 are selected without replacement. So this is without replacement from two binomial population. This is the mean. So if you remember, the mean is always given by NP. So if it is population 1, then it will be N1 P1 and population 2 will be N2 P2. That is exactly what we have been given. N1 P1 and N2 P2. And the variance is given by NPQ, right? So it will be N1 P1 1 minus P1 and N2 P2 1 minus P2. These are the variances of the binomial population. Now we want to test the hypothesis testing P1 minus P2. So actually you can go to the refer to the notes that I have given you, and that also we have done this. But you know, we have always done with replacement. So with replacement, the formula of sigma 1 square is P1 Q1 by N1. And with replacement, the formula of sigma 2 square is P2 Q2 by N2. Please do not confuse yourself. We are testing proportions, differences. So when we test the difference in proportion, the formula for that, if you remember, if you go back to your notes, you will see it will be P1 minus P2 hat mane population wala, or you can just put P1 and P2 and then put its expected value. So minus E of P1 minus E of P2 upon the standard error of P1 plus standard error of P2 under root. And these not standard error of P1, P2 under root, just variance of P1, P2 under root. You can write like that also. So variance of P1 plus variance of P2 under root. You can make it like that also. So basically, this is exactly what we are doing. Usually, this is what your denominator is. Your denominator is under root P1 Q1 by N1 plus under root P2 Q2 by N2. This is what usually we use for differences in the proportion. But because it is with replacement, without replacement, we will go ahead and we will use something which is known as a finite population correction factor. So in finite population correction factor, we will go ahead and we will have this factor. N1 minus N by N1 minus 1, N2 minus N2 by N2 minus 1. These would be my correction factors. Just like we did in the above question. Everywhere you see without replacement versus with replacement, you have to make sure that you include this correction factor. That's the only trick to these questions. So basically, this is exactly what this question is asking, and this is exactly what I have done. So because the question is asking without replacement, I have gone ahead and I have included this correction factor here, population correction factor here. This will be included everywhere. Wherever you do without replacement, this factor will come into picture. So the answer to this question is A. Come to the next question. See how easy questions have been asked in case of probability. Very, very simple questions have been asked. The probability of getting head in toss is 2 by 3. Let the coin be tossed 3 times independently. Then the probability of getting head in first 2 tosses and tail in the final toss is. So it is asking what is head, tail, tail. And these are independent. So it will be probability of head into probability of head into probability of tail. This is head, head, tail. No? So 2 by 3 into 2 by 3 into 1 by 3. So this will be 4 by 27. So very simple question has been asked in probability. Therefore, basics are very, very important. Okay, come to the next question. Which of the following is not correct regarding R square and adjusted R square? So basically what we will go ahead and do is we will go through few of the properties first. I want you to memorize these very well. The first property is the formula of R square. It is ESS by TSS. This formula can also be written as 1 minus RSS by TSS. When I talk about what this means, so basically explained sum of square is the squared deviation of difference between estimated value of Y and the mean value of y. So estimated, please do the last 3 lectures very well that I have done, minus mean value of y. And this is the actual value of y minus the mean value of y. So this is the total sum of square, actual minus mean. Now, if you go to lecture 2 notes, in the end, I have written something which is called a scaled version. Okay, I have done something. Lecture 2 mane, lecture 2 of the econometrics, if you go there, then I have written something which is called as scaled version of the variables. I just want to explain you here also. So let us go ahead and let us take yi star. And this yi star can be written as w1 into yi. Okay. Now, what have I done? I have taken another variable yi star, and this is the weight that I have given to yi here. Then I have gone ahead and I have taken y bar, mean of y. And I know that if variables scale, then their mean value will also scale. So what you will notice is that the mean of y star will be summation y star by n. But y star is nothing but y1 y. So it will be summation w1 y by n. You can take this w1 out and it will be summation y by n. So this is simply going to be w1 into y bar. So what you will notice is that if I scale a variable, its mean also scales. This is the property that we have. So therefore, what happens in this case is that this is going to be summation. If I want to find r square for the y star variable, it will be yi star minus y star bar whole square upon summation yi star minus y bar star. And what I have seen here is that this, when I scaled this, when I scaled yi star was w1 yi. Then its mean also scaled. So actually in the denominator, I can write this as summation y1 yi minus y1 y bar whole square. And what you can do is you can go ahead and take this w1 square common. So it will be summation yi minus y bar whole square. ठीक है, ये आपका न्यूमरेटर हो गया, sorry, denominator. On very similar basis, if you solve for the numerator, you will get a very similar analysis that you will get w1 square summation yi minus y bar, yi hat minus y bar whole square. So actually this w1 square and w1 square will cancel out. So what you will notice is that although I scaled the numerator and denominator, I will share this PDF also with you of the answers, but you will notice that if I scaled the numerator and denominator, my r square did not scale. My r square remained the same only as its previous value, because the amount by which I scaled, it just got cancelled out, right? So basically this is called that r square is invariant in your, it is invariant of scale. It is not affected by scale. But if suppose this year they ask you, what about betas? What about variance? Is it invariant of scale? So I've just shown here that beta 2, this is beta 2 is summation xi yi by summation xi square. So you know, I have just scaled y for now. So is y ki jagah pe I have written yi star minus y bar star. And this is a scaled version. So isko main likh sakti hu w1 yi minus w1 y bar. And this w1 can come out. So I will be left up with summation xi yi by summation xi square. So which means that if I scale yi, then my beta will scale by w1. Beta 2 will scale. So which means that slope that is affected by scale. If you scale your y's, if you suppose each y is multiplied by 10, then the slope, the beta 2 will also be multiplied by 10. This is what this is saying. So slope is affected by scale. This is important. Similarly, in your notes, you will see that I have scaled both W1, both Y and X by different factors. So I've scaled Y by W1 and I have scaled X by W2. And then you have to go ahead and see what happens to beta 2. So it will come something like this. But you have to go ahead and check as to how the scale changes as you scale both X's and Y's. हर एक का scale invariant property पता होना जरूरी है. So in this case, we are saying that R square is not affected by scale. जो पुराना R square आ रहा था और जो नया R square आ रहा है वो same ही है. So therefore it is scale invariant. Now let's go to the properties of R bar square. I have tried to list down all the properties which will be useful to you. सबसे पहले देखो R bar square का जो formula होता है वो ये होता है. So if I try and I open this up, note that if k is 1, then इस k की जगह पे I can just put 1. So I will get n minus 1 divided by n minus 1 if k is 1. Then this factor will be gone. If this factor will be gone, then 1 and 1 will cancel out itself and R bar square will become equal to R square. That means that if the number of parameter is exactly 1, मतलब it's just an intercept model, सिर्फ उस केस में R bar square and R square are equal to each other. Otherwise, what we notice is that R bar square is always less than R square. Always. So this is one of the properties, that adjusted R square is less than the actual R square. The second property that you have is that adjusted R square can also be negative. This is important. Acha. Then the third property is that R bar square may not increase when additional variables are added. Actually, R bar square is supposed to give penalty for adding additional variables. So what will happen? हर बार ये R bar square नहीं बढ़ेगा जब आप एक मॉडल क्रिएट करोगे. So suppose I have yi is equal to beta 1 plus beta 2 x2y plus beta 3 x3y plus ui. Suppose I add one more variable to this model, yi equal to beta 1 plus beta 2 x2y plus beta 3 x3y plus beta 4 x4y plus ui. Now I'm asking, is this model better, model 1 or model 2? So model 2 will be better only if R bar square has increased. If R bar square has decreased, then model 2 ko mat karna, model 1 will be better. So always when you increase an additional variable, when you go from x2, x3 to x2, x3, x4, you have to check whether R bar square is increasing or not. R square will always increase, always. But R bar square may or may not increase. If it increases, then you have a good model. Then you will go for that bigger model. And when will this increase? देखो ये तो तब increase होगा ना अगर ये जो variable add हुआ it is a good variable. It impacts y. And how do I know if it is a good variable? By testing beta 4. So R bar square will increase only if the additional variable that you have added, in this case I have added x4i, if its corresponding beta 4 when I test its null hypothesis equal to 0 against not equal to 0, when I do a t-test on it, if t-test is able to reject null, please make note of all this. So if I test this individually, how important this variable is, and if I am able to prove that, this variable individually is in fact important, if I am able to reject null in favor of alternative, it means this variable is important. If this variable is important, then I will go ahead and I will see that uska corresponding R bar square bhi increase ho gaya. So actually, to give you an example, suppose I make next model, yi equal to beta 1 plus beta 2 x2y plus beta 3 x3y plus beta 4 x4y plus ui. Suppose इसका R bar square has decreased as compared to this model. Not this. Let's include X5i also. Then it will make sense. So plus beta 5x5i plus ui. Suppose the R bar square has decreased as compared to the earlier model. R bar square has decreased. इसका क्या मतलब है? Decrease होने का मतलब ये है कि ये जो next variable मैंने add किया है ये किसी भी use का नहीं था. It's a useless variable. That means if I would have done only a t-test on this variable's slope, I would have got that t-test is useless. This is what I would have got. That I would have been not able to reject null. Are you getting it? So that is why its R bar square would have decreased. So this is what is about R bar square. In case of R bar square, you have to note that it can be negative. It can decrease when you add an additional variable. It is less than R square. And this is the formula for R bar square. So you just remember this formula also, please. Then next come to R square. R square will always increase. Whenever you add a variable, R square will always increase. What was R square? It was telling how you are explaining jointly the variation in y due to x's. So R square ka formula hota hai. So R square definition is how jointly x's explain y. So if you increase x's, the joint explanation on y will always increase. But because R bar square has this penalty term, it has this it is, including the degrees of freedom, it is giving penalty for increasing the variables. Yahan pe minus k ho raha hai. K is the number of parameters. It gives penalty for that. So therefore, because it gives penalty for adding additional variable, R bar square will not always increase. Please make sure you understand each and every point related to R square and R bar square. So on the basis of that, we will say R square is scale invariant, correct. It is always R bar square always positive, incorrect. R square tends to increase if additional variable is added, correct. This is the formula of R bar square, correct. So these are all accordingly. Okay, come to the next question. It says x is normally distributed and y is also normally distributed. Which of the following is not correct? Dekho, normally distributed hai. So if I come to the normal distribution formula, then this is the probability distribution of a normal distribution. This is how it looks. You should remember this much. This is the probability density function of a normal distribution. Now for this probability density function, actually what happens is the area under the curve is actually 1, right? But this density function, it is defined from minus infinity to infinity. And ये जो बीच वाला value होता है, this is at mean. So it is mean equal to median equal to mode. And the total area under the curve, क्योंकि probability distribution है ना, so the area under the curve will be 1. But this area under the curve is from minus infinity to infinity. That is 1. If I just find the area from mean to infinity, so ये तो 0.5 होगा, right? Because I'm just taking this part. It will not be 1. So if I just take from mean to infinity, the area should be 0.5. But if I take from minus infinity to infinity, area should be 1. So on that basis, if you just come back to this question, the first question is saying that I'm integrating probability density function, no problem. But the question is integrating from minus infinity to mu x, from minus infinity to mean. Mane it is integrating like this, minus infinity to mean. So it is actually finding this area. And this area is not 1. So this is incorrect statement. Okay, now come to the second part. So now it is asking about, this is something I have taught you, theory बहुत important है, यही theory we have done in class. So it asks about the area under the normal probability curve. And we know that we have 68%, 95% and 99% based on one standard deviation, 2 standard deviation and 3 standard deviation. This is how much area we cover. Now it says that the area under normal probability curve between ordinates is mu plus minus 3 standard deviation. So 3 standard deviation के अंदर कितना था? 99%. But this is saying 95%. So this is incorrect. And then it is saying plus minus 2 standard deviation में 99. This is also incorrect. Plus minus 2 standard deviation, it should be 99. So they have actually reversed these values, right? So therefore, this is an incorrect option because the values have been reversed. So please make a note. Values have been reversed. This will be mu plus minus 2 standard deviation, mu plus minus 3 standard deviation, mu plus minus standard deviation. इसको यहाँ पर भी दिखा सकते हैं Z में. So if this is mu, then this is 1 standard deviation के gap में, mu minus standard deviation, mu plus standard deviation. This area is 68%. Then if I add mu minus 2 standard deviation, mu plus 2 standard deviation, this area is 95%. And the remaining is 99%. These are the properties, okay? Okay, quartile deviation to mean absolute deviation to standard deviation. Again, this is a given property. It is 2 by 3 is to 4 by 5 is to sigma. This is correct. And please make note of all these properties. If X and Y are independent, then this is the normal distribution. I just want to give one thing here. So when I talk about variance of X minus Y, we did this in the very basic chapter of variances. Minus sign se farak nahi padta hai. It is going to be variance of X plus variance of Y. Minus sign se farak padta agar hum covariance nikal rahe hote. So this will be minus covariance X, Y. But they are not related to each other. They are independent. So the covariance will be 0. So as far as the variance is concerned, it will always be a plus sign. How can you remember this? Remember this formula. A minus B whole square is A square plus B square minus 2AB. So A square or B square में plus sign ही आता है always. These are the variances. इनके बीच में हमेशा you will have a plus sign. So if you notice here, this has a plus sign between the variances. Mean has a minus sign. This is absolutely correct. So X minus Y is normally distributed with mean getting subtracted, but variance will always be added. Okay. Now come to the next question. So it says, suppose that regression model is given by this, which of the following null hypothesis could be tested using F-test? Again, I have just given you a note of this. Please read through it. I will post this in your portal also so that you have it with you. So F-test can be used in the following cases. F-test is always used to check the joint effect of Y. Y jointly kitna affect ho raha hai X's se. So it is always a joint effect, right? So F-test is used to understand how Y is getting jointly affected by X's. And the null hypothesis in this case is beta 1 equal to beta 2 equal to 0. You are setting both equal to 0 together. An alternative is that one of them is not 0. One of them not 0. This is your null versus alternative. So we always use F-test to do a joint test, whether both the betas together are 0 or not. Because we are checking a joint test of the betas, therefore it is equivalent to testing whether your R square itself is 0 or not, right? And as I have showed you in our lectures, it is also used to test restricted versus unrestricted model. What is a restricted model? A restricted model is one where some of the parameters are left. Some of the parameters are left. And unrestricted is with full parameters. And I have given you formula for this also. So just read that. So we have seen that suppose I have a model which looks something like this. Null chodo. Suppose I have a model yi equal to beta 1 plus beta 2 x2y plus ui. And suppose I have another model yi equal to beta 1 plus beta 2 x2y plus beta 3 x3i plus beta 4 x4i plus ui. Suppose I have these two models. Then this will be called my restricted model because it has restricted parameters. It only has beta 1 and beta 2. And this will be my unrestricted model because it has all the parameters, beta 1, beta 2, beta 3, and beta 4. So checking which model is better, restricted or unrestricted, then also you will use F-test. For formula, refer back to our lecture. This can use F-test, this can use F-test. Finally, sometimes I want to check whether my intercept model is better. तो मतलब क्या होगा? इस केस में मेरा जो restricted model होगा, it will be just this, without any variable. Just for example, I can say that rainfall does not depend on anything. It is this much meter. It is this much quantity. So I have given some value of rainfall, but I am saying it does not depend on anything. Another model says that rainfall depends on precipitation, on maybe, dew amount, on 10 things, on location. So what we are doing is this becomes my unrestricted model and this becomes restricted. This is an intercept only model. Then also I can use the F-test. So these are the places where an F-test can be used. Based on that, we are using F-test in this case, and we are using in the intercept only model. So I can use it in B also. Okay. Now come to the next question. Actually, this question should not have been given according to my opinion. The reason is that this is what is done in DSC in the third semester. This is a difficult question and it's an MA level question. I mean, we used to do it with our faculty called, her name was JVM, right? JV Meenakshi, and she used to do it in the third semester of Delhi School of Economics. It's a difficult thing to do. However, what I see in the answer sheet is that they have given marks to every individual. But because they have given it to you, I will just give you some formulations of this question also, so that in case it comes, you should know what to do. So this is the model given to you. You're given some betas. You're given X transpose X inverse and X transpose Y. And you're given E transpose E also. So just have a look here. The aim that they're asking to check is whether beta 3 is 0 or not. So my null hypothesis is that beta 3 is 0 and my alternative hypothesis is beta 3 is not equal to 0. ये तो same है. T value भी वैसे ही निकालिए जैसे we find out. So my T value is beta 3 hat minus beta 3 upon standard error of beta 3. So this is going to be beta 3 hat minus beta 3 I will pick from my null hypothesis, so 0 upon standard error of beta 3 hat. So this is going to be beta 3 hat upon standard error of beta 3 hat. Okay, so two things I want to find out. I want to find out what is beta 3 hat and what is standard error of beta 3 hat. Now, usually, whenever we have a matrix form of econometrics, this is how we write this model. So I have different y's. This y is n cross 1. I have different x's. The x's are n cross p. Different betas. There are p parameters. P betas. So it is p cross 1. And then I have different e's, different errors, which is n cross 1. Now think about the matrix multiplication. Suppose I have n errors and I have p cross 1 matrix of the parameters. तो इसको क्या होना पड़ेगा so that you get this multiplied? N cross p, because I want this to be of n cross 1. Then only I can add it to n cross 1. And अगर इसको n cross 1 होना है and this is p cross 1, then this must be n cross p. So this will be n cross p. What does this mean? It means that पहला तो हो जाएगा 1, because if I multiply 1 with beta naught, I will get this beta naught. Then the other one will be x11. If I multiply x11 with beta 1, I will get beta 1 x11. Then this will be multiplied with beta 2, I will get the next. Then this will be multiplied with beta p, I will get this. And then I will add e1 to it and I will get this, and this will be equal to the first value y1. And so on. This is how your matrix would be formed. So the matrix will be looking like this. Y is equal to x beta plus epsilon. Now, usually क्या aim था हमारा OLS regression का? Aim was to minimize summation EI square, है ना? But this is a matrix. So matrix को अगर मुझे summation EI square लिखना है, it means that this error term, it must be multiplied to itself and then summed up. तो actually इसको लिखने का तरीका यहाँ पर ये हो जाता है E transpose E. This is how you can go ahead and write it. And aim क्या था? To minimize residual sum of square. So when you will minimize E transpose E, you will get actually this. So किसके respect में हम इसको minimize कर रहे थे? We were minimizing these with respect to betas, right? And then when we solved these equations, we were getting betas. And if you remember, in a 2-variable model, my beta was summation xi yi upon summation xi square. So this is nothing but x into y summed up into summation xi square inverse. अगर मैं इसको एक साथ लिखूं, so exactly same, something like that you will get here. X transpose X inverse into X transpose Y. This is the value of beta when you will minimize the residual sum of square. So on minimizing residual sum of square, the betas that you get is nothing but X transpose X inverse into X transpose Y. Ye wala matrix is given to me. I am given this in the question. I am given this also in the question. So if I'm given X transpose X inverse and if I'm given X transpose Y, I can just multiply the two and I will get this. So after multiplying, I get this as the answer. Just have a look here. You will get a matrix which is of the form 3 cross 1. Isme the first value will be beta 1 hat, beta 2 hat, and third will be beta 3 hat. So actually speaking, यहाँ पर जो आपका t value था ना, जो हम t निकाल रहे थे, इसका numerator we have found out. This beta 3 hat, this I have found out as this 0.25. Now we want to talk about the variance of beta. So actually, again, if you go back to your 2-variable regression and you check your variance, it was sigma square upon summation xi square. ये variance था. Just go back and check. That was the variance of beta 2 in a 2-variable model. So exactly something like this is this. This is the variance of beta, sigma square X transpose X inverse. But do you remember that when this was not available, so instead of sigma square, you were using sigma hat square, and sigma hat square was summation EI square upon n minus k, where k was the number of parameters. ये इसका formula था. तो इसी तरीके से हम यहाँ पे भी लिख सकते हैं. Summation EI square को हम लिख लेंगे E transpose E upon n minus k. So E transpose E, this is 0.7 given to us. N is given to us as 20. This is 20. And number of parameters are 3. So 20 minus 3 will be not 20. This is given to us as 23, sorry. So 23 minus 3 is going to be 20. So my denominator will become 20 and this will be sigma hat square. So I have got sigma hat square, matlab ye wala value. Sigma and X transpose X inverse, this is given to me. So I can find variance of beta also. So this is exactly what I have done. Now when you will multiply, you will actually get this matrix. This matrix, it is called the variance covariance matrix. This matrix is called variance covariance matrix. ये होता है variance of beta 1 hat, variance of beta 2 hat, variance of beta 3 hat, और actually बाकी values covariance होती है. अब यहाँ पर इन्होंने values गलत दी है, because covariances should meet. जो value यहाँ आ रही है, exactly same value यहाँ आनी चाहिए. These are covariance. So whether I find covariance between beta 1, beta 2, or covariance between beta 2, beta 1, I should get the same answer. But that is not happening. Maybe that is why they thought the question is wrong and they gave marks to all. But anyways, so if I just check, these are covariance. यहाँ पे beta 1 लिखो, beta 2 लिखो, beta 3, beta 1, beta 2, beta 3. So this covariance between beta 3 and beta 3 is variance of beta 3. This is variance of beta 1, variance of beta 2, and so on. So I am interested in this value. So I just pick up on this value, and to find standard error, I just make an under root of it. So when I do an under root of this, I get 0.1024. Standard error mil gaya, beta 3 mil gaya hai. Just find this value, it will be 2.44. So the value of T statistic will be 2.44. Still, I am telling you, this is too much over the head. This is not something an undergraduate student is supposed to know. But you can go, isse upar to kahin nahi aa sakta. So you can go through this question to have a look at the kind of question that can come. Hi, good evening, everyone. Today we will go ahead and discuss the Indian Eco part of this IIT entrance exam. The first question that we have is basically, it can be considered as part of Indian economics, and it can also be considered as part of your macroeconomics. I just wanted to kind of go ahead and tell you about all the deficits. So we will take this question. So it says, which of the following indicates true fiscal position of the Indian economy? And you're given revenue deficit, capital deficit, current account deficit, and primary deficit. Let's read through all the different kind of deficits that exist in India. The first deficit that we have is called budget deficit. Now, what is a budget deficit? A budget deficit is basically total expenditure minus total receipt. When I say total expenditure, it includes all the expenditure. Revenue include karo, capital include karo, all kind of expenditures together. Total expense of the government, that is called total expenditure. Similarly, total receipt means anything that comes to the government, whether it comes even through debt. Even when the government borrows, money is coming in, right? So whenever money comes into the government, in any form, it is total receipt. It will be included in total receipt. So budget deficit, which is the first aspect, is total expenditure minus total receipt. The second one that you have is called revenue deficit. Now, what is revenue deficit? Revenue expenditure or revenue receipts, they are not related to any asset or liability. So neither any asset is being created nor any asset is being reduced. Neither any liability is being created nor any liability is being reduced. Such are called revenue expenditures or receipt. Just for example, when you pay salary to a government employee, it's my expenditure, but I am not creating an asset. But when I buy a building, then that's also my expenditure, but I am creating an asset. So when I say, all these where no asset is being created, no liability is being changed. Just when I go ahead and I increase my borrowing, this is capital in nature because you're creating a liability. But when you go ahead and you maybe just collect money on toll bridge, no asset or liability is involved. So anything where no asset or liability is involved, Such expenditures and receipts are revenue in nature, and that deals with revenue deficit. Fiscal deficit is same as budget. If you notice, it is very, very similar. Total expenditure minus total receipt, but we don't include borrowings. So all receipts of the government other than borrowing, if I am not including the borrowings of the government, then that is fiscal deficit in nature. Then if I go ahead and I look at the next one, yeah. If I go ahead and I look at the next one is primary deficit. Primary deficit is fiscal deficit minus interest payment. So I am not even including the interest that I am paying on any kind of debt. That is my primary deficit. So which means that mainly this deficit is used for purpose other than paying interest on the borrowing. It in a way gives me the true way that my economy looks. It gives me a true picture of my economy. That's the primary deficit. So the next is effective revenue deficit. What is effective revenue deficit? It is revenue deficit. Jo upar pada, same revenue deficit, but minus the grants for creation of capital asset. जो ग्रांट इसलिए दिया गया है कि इससे एक कैपिटल एसेट क्रिएट होगा, अभी हुआ नहीं है. नो एसेट और लायबिलिटी हैज बीन क्रिएटेड. तो अभी के लिए आई कैन जस्ट थिंक दिस इज माय रेवेन्यू, बट इट इज फॉर दैट पर्पस. It is for creating an asset. No asset has been created yet, but that grant is for creation of capital asset. If I subtract that, I will get effective revenue deficit, right? So revenue deficit minus the grant for creation of capital asset, that becomes effective revenue deficit. And finally, we have something which is known as a monetized fiscal deficit. What is monetized fiscal deficit? The part of fiscal deficit which is covered by borrowing. Monetization क्या होता है? Monetization is printing of notes. So I understand that in a way it's in your age, right? I have created my notes. Now that part of the deficit which I want to go ahead and I want to finance through these borrowings, by borrowing money from the central bank, by creating notes, by monetizing the debt, that is called monetized fiscal deficit. So these are the main deficits that one must know, these 6 deficits. Of course, I will share these notes with you, but just for now, you should know these 6 deficits. Now, on the basis of that, we understand that the question is asking the true fiscal position. So fiscal position to fiscal deficit ही बता दे. But true fiscal position तब पता चलेगी when we reduce the interest payment. जब हम interest को include ना करें, that will give me a true, position of my economy. So the answer to this question should be primary deficit. It gives me a true position of my economy. Let's go to the next question. So the next question, it is asking which amendment to the Constitution has provided constitutional status to the rural and urban local bodies in India. The answer is 73rd and 74th Amendment. What I have done is I have written all the important amendments that I think are important from any exam perspective. I'll just quickly take you through those amendments first and try to see for yourself, try to memorize these as we go. And at the same time, I will share these notes, of course, with you. So the first is First Amendment. This came in 1951. Actually, if you notice, every year there is an amendment, right? This is what I noticed. 1951 First Amendment, 1952 Second, 1969th Amendment. So there were amendments which happened very often. Now, the First Amendment was the one where because we just got independence and we had to deal with the backward class, the socially backward class. We wanted to make a special provision for them. We wanted to make sure that their interests are heard in our economy. So the first amendment was to give this special provision to socially and backward classes. Then we had the second amendment. The second amendment, because again, we have just got independence, we want to make sure to see how, Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha is going to work, how many members will be there in the Lok Sabha, who will represent how many individuals of the population. So then we went ahead and we changed the scale of representation in the Lok Sabha in the second amendment. We said that one member in Lok Sabha is representative of approximately 7.5 lakh people, approximately 7.5 lakh people in the economy. So this is a point. If you can't see this, this is 7.5 lakh people in the economy. Then there were multiple amendments which were related to creating, creation of different union territories, etc. Out of which one important amendment that I felt was the 9th amendment. This was related to the agreement with Pakistan. And how can you remember this? If you correspondingly go back to the 5th 5-year plans, and I will just show you in some time, you will see that, there was a period when we were going into multiple war situation. I will talk about that in a while. And that is where we wanted kind of agreements with what should be, the territory of India and what should not be the territory of India. And that is what this 9th amendment was about. 10th, 11th, 12th, these all amendments were about the union territories. I have tried to include the one which is related to Dadar, Nagar and Haveli, but there was the next amendment which was related to Diu. And then there was an amendment which was related to how Goa should be treated. So we had multiple amendments followed between 10th to 19th, and these were all state-oriented and union territory-oriented amendment as to what should come under union territory, what should not come under union territory. Then had the 19th amendment. This is important. Why? Because this is where, again, my writing, if you don't understand, I will just dictate this. This is where we gave power to High Court, right, to hear election petitions. Pehle kya hota tha? Exactly, nobody was going to the High Court, right? And you were going to these tribunals, chote area ke tribunals the, and that is where you would go ahead and raise your petition. But now we wanted to give power to the courts. So the system of these election tribunals, that was abolished completely. And High Court was given the power to go ahead and to hear the election petition. So I think this is pretty important change that came in our economy. Then there was some more related to the rights. But the first time that we introduced fundamental right to property, that came only in 1971. ये वाले भी amend होते रहते हैं. जैसे for example, you would have heard in news very recently that, a woman child is equally eligible for the property of the parents as a male child. These are more amendments to the existing laws that are already made. But the basic fundamental right to property, that came in the 25th Amendment Act 1971. Then we increased the number of Lok Sabha seats as we know today. And the number of Lok Sabha seats that we have as of now is this, 545. This is under the 31st Amendment Act. Then we had 40th Amendment Act. And again, this is important from our economics point of view. Because we not talked about what our territories, यहाँ पे तो हमने सिर्फ पाकिस्तान के साथ का territory का बात किया 1960 में. We wanted to talk about what part of the waters fall under our territory. What is our exclusive economic zone? Where can I go ahead and I can mint economics from it? For example, not all Andaman and, not all the water, Arabian Sea and everything is going to fall under you, right? So how much part of the Arabian Sea, how much part of the Indian Ocean can I fetch as my territorial water? Can I fetch as my economic zone? What exactly is my economic zone? Where can I go ahead and I can say कि अच्छा यहाँ पे मैं कुछ अपना establish कर सकती हूँ as an Indian economy That is what came in the 40th Amendment Act 1976. Then again, we had multiple in between. But this is what I found important because this is related to the voting age, which was reduced from 21 to 18 for both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha for legislative assemblies in the 61st Amendment Act 1989. This is what came in your exam, 73rd and 74th Amendment Act. So 73rd Amendment Act 1992, this was about your Panchayati Raj institutions. They were given constitutional status. Now here, I just want to focus. This was one of the important establishments that took place after your 1991 liberalization, privatization and globalization. इसमें क्या हुआ ना, एक important चीज गवर्नमेंट को रियलाइज हुई कि देखो डिसेंट्रलाइजेशन बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. सब कुछ अपने कंट्रोल में नहीं रख सकते हैं, कुछ अपने पास रखना है, कुछ स्टेट को देना है, कुछ लोकल बॉडीज को देना है, कुछ अर्बन बॉडीज को देना है. सो देयर हैज टू बी अ डिवोल्यूशन. एक पावर का डिसेंट्रलाइजेशन रिक्वायर्ड है. हर चीज सेंटर में हैंडल नहीं हो सकती है. I need to decentralize. I need to give the power below and below and below and below. And that is when they recognized that at the level of the villages, at the level of the local bodies, the Panchayati Raj is very important. I need to go ahead and I need to give power at the decentralized level कि ये अपने आप से कुछ चीजों का इशू को रिजॉल्व कर पाए. हर चीज के लिए गवर्नमेंट के मेन स्टेट तक आने की जरूरत ना पड़े. So this is where this 73rd Amendment was important. And then we had the 74th Amendment Act in 1992. Again, if you see, चीजें बहुत को एक साथ चलती हैं. तो एक बारी हमने लोकल बॉडीज की बात की इन द रूरल एरिया एंड 74th में हमने फिर लोकल बॉडीज की डिसेंट्रलाइजेशन की बात की, बट वी टॉक्ड दैट इन द अर्बन एरिया. सो वी टॉक्ड अबाउट अर्बन लोकल बॉडीज, कैसे उनको भी इक्वल इंपॉर्टेंस देने की जरूरत है. बोथ ऑफ दीज came in the same year 1992. One is the 73rd Amendment and one is the 74th Amendment. Then we talked about 86th Amendment Act in 2002. Again, I will show you how when we talk about the period, again इसको हम एक बार 5th 5-year plan से देखेंगे. जब हम अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी के एरा की बात करते हैं या आसपास वाले उनके एरा की बात करते हैं, we see that education became suddenly very important, and this you will see again in the 5-year plans. So what we saw is that during this phase, the 5-year plans during the 2000s, the 5-year plans focused on free education, especially primary education for all. So they said सबको इस एज से 6 से 14 तक फ्री एजुकेशन मिलनी ही चाहिए. कंपल्सरी प्राइमरी एजुकेशन फॉर ऑल शुड बी देयर. सो इफ दे हैव टू मेक समथिंग कंपल्सरी, देयर हैज टू बी एन अमेंडमेंट फॉर इट. सो यू सी दैट इन द कॉरेस्पॉन्डिंग पीरियड वी सी दैट इन 2002 देयर इज दिस फंडामेंटल राइट which is free and compulsory education between 6 to 14 years. Then we had 2003 में service tax that came. This must be remembered because again it is related to our economics. Service tax की बात है. और इसी के against you must also know when GST came, क्योंकि that was no more important. GST came, right? Goods and service tax. So you must remember that 101st Amendment 2016 is when GST was introduced, and in 88th Amendment 2003, this is when service tax was made under this article. So this gives you an idea of how we transitioned. Then we have this in 2003 in which we increased the number of official language. If you remember, बीच में बहुत hype था कि क्या मदर टंग होनी चाहिए और क्या इंडियन ऑफिशियल लैंग्वेज होनी चाहिए, एंड वी सेड दैट ऑल द लैंग्वेजेस so are official languages. If you notice, even in the CUET exam, which is for undergrad, they are given an option to choose between languages. And they're not only given an option to choose between English, Hindi, and so on and so forth. They're given multiple languages. So because we consider that all of these are official language. Then this is important. In 2011, 97th Amendment Act took place, which gave the right to form cooperative society. And then in 2015, we had the Land Boundaries Agreement. ये agreement actually 1978 में साइन हो गया था इंडिया एंड बांग्लादेश के, बट उसे कैसे परस्यू करेंगे उसमें कुछ चेंजेस 2015 में आए थे. Finally, we had the Goods and Service Act in the 101st Amendment in 2016, and we gave National Commission for Backward Class. Constitutional status was given to them in 2018, and ये वाला सबसे recent है क्योंकि this one people should know this, because now you know that when you are even filling the form, you will see there is another class called economically weaker section. ये पहले नहीं था. This is what came only in 2019, that 10% reservation for economically weaker section. Even in the jobs, if you go to government job, you will see this. So ये तो एकदम ही recent है, you should know this. So try to remember few of them. एक बारी economically weaker section का देख लेना. Try to see when GST was introduced. Try to see cooperative society. Try to see service tax. Try to see when was education made free for all. फिर ये वाला तो because it just got repeated. I don't think it will come, but still you should know Panchayat Raj and local bodies, voting age, and exclusive economic zone. So few of them are important and you should just have a look through those. Now let's go to the next part. So this is match the list for second 5-year plan, fourth 5-year plan, fifth 5-year plan, and 11th 5-year plan. So what I will do is I will take you quickly through these 5-year plan. Again, if you go to my Indian Eco section, वहाँ पे 5-year plan पे video है. Other than that, let's go through this table and revise 5-year plans together. So first is the first 5-year plan. कुछ important points हैं, इनको साथ-साथ समझ लो. सबसे पहले it came under the Jawaharlal Nehru. It was based on Harrod-Domer model. ये model हम सबको पता है. This is a macroeconomics model. इसका growth rate भी हमें निकालना आता है. We know how growth rate is found out. तो उस Harrod-Domer model के basis पे they established that this is how we will grow, and it depends on savings, it depends on capital output ratio, इतना capital चाहिए होगा, economy में इतनी savings चाहिए होंगी. Very similar to that, they made this model. Then they also focused on agriculture. This is only happening in the first 5-year plan. धीरे धीरे हम देखेंगे that the role of agriculture declined, which was bad. It shouldn't have happened, but it happened. So they focused on agriculture. The target was 2.1%, but to an amusement, they achieved 3.6%. So first 5-year plan was a big success because they achieved more than target. Then we go to the second 5-year plan. Second 5-year plan was also under Jawaharlal Nehru, but it was based on Mahalanobis model. Again, if you go to my Indian Eco videos, Mahalanobis पे मैंने बहुत recently ही video upload किया था. Just go through that Mahalanobis and also go through its critics, which is Vakil Brahmanand model. Right? Mahalanobis model का issue ये था कि उसने agriculture पे focus करना बंद कर दिया. They started focusing on the manufacturing sector. Well, it is not bad. Focusing on manufacturing sector is good, but not at the cost of agricultural sector. आप ये नहीं कर सकते हो कि जो आपका primary source है, जहां से 70% of the लोगों को employment मिलती है, where people get employment, you cannot go ahead and cannot take economy away from that. So they said that manufacturing ko grow karo, you will become self-sufficient. Automatically सब कुछ इंडिया के अंदर ही produce होगा. You don't have to focus on the outer world. Fine. You don't have to do imports of machinery. खुद से machinery economy में बनेगी. Everything is fine. Still, you should not deviate from the basic agricultural sector. And we actually realized this pretty later कि agriculture पे focus तो करना चाहिए था. ये गलत हुआ है. So we saw later that this should also have been an important focus of the economy. That's an important part. So they kept focusing on industrial development of the country. Then we talk about the third 5-year plan. Its duration was from 1961 to 1966. ये word इसमें बहुत important है. Gadgil Yojana, because it was created by Mr. Gadgil. And its main target was to make economy independent of depending on the outer world. But during this third 5-year plan, why it failed? Because we had 1, the Sino-India War, 2, the Indo-Pakistan War. So now you see that in 1960, if I go to my amendments, 1960 में ही we created that amendment where we defined these territories. We said itna area हमारा, itna area is Pakistan. We defined everything in 1960 amendment. And we see that in 1965, there is yet another war. These 2 wars were followed by a drought. And the problems that India was majorly an agricultural economy. Agriculture would depend on rainfall. अब जब rain ही नहीं होगी, तो agriculture affect होगा. Agriculture is 70% of occupational workforce during that period. So many people will get affected. Economy will get affected. So 2 wars plus drought, it meant that your target can definitely not be achieved. So what did we saw? We saw that target was 5.6 and we achieved only 2.4. So definitely it was a failed plan. Now we just went for 3 years into something which is called a planned holiday. क्यों? क्योंकि बहुत wars हो रहे थे, बहुत ज़्यादा economic condition worse हो रही थी इंडिया की. We wanted to kind of deal with all of these things before we could come back and say कि अच्छा, this should be the 5-year plan. This is what our plan is. This is what we intend to do. So for the next 3 years, we did not make a single plan. We went into a planned holiday from 1966 to 69 because it was a period of wars. We weren't doing that well. Rupee was continuously devaluation was taking place. So in comparison to the foreign world, we were doing really bad. Then the fourth 5-year plan finally came back in 1969 and it went till 1974. It was under Indira Gandhi, but the most important policies took place here. First was 14 banks were nationalized. They became national banks. बहुत बड़ी बात होती है जब एक बैंक national level पे available होता है. So 14 banks were nationalized. Green revolution was introduced. Although ये green revolution बहुत discriminatory था. मतलब इसका impact जितना पंजाब में रहा होगा उतना दूसरे states में नहीं रहा होगा. Bihar was also agricultural oriented. Punjab was also agricultural oriented. But we saw that this was not doing well in every state. This was not doing well for every crop. It was a very state-oriented plan that was launched, but still, it did give a boost to the agricultural sector. So green revolution was introduced. 14 banks were nationalized. But even during this period, we saw that there was a war. And since there was a war, therefore, we could not achieve our aim. So aim was 5.7%, but we only achieved 3.3%. But we started talking about the family planning programs which were launched in the fourth 5-year plan. So if I just go back here and I look at the fourth 5-year plan, we will see that this is where we started talking about the family planning program. Similarly, if we talk about the second 5-year plan, because I just told you this was based on Mahalanobis, right? It was based on Mahalanobis. And this focused on heavy industries, right? So we know that we wanted to go back to the basics. We wanted to deal with basic and heavy industry. So we know that A was linked to 3. And we know that B was linked to 4. So A was linked to 3 and B was linked to 4. These two options are correct as of now. Okay, now let's go back to the next 5-year plan. So the next 5-year plan that came was the fifth 5-year plan. This was introduced from 1974 to 1978. The most important aspect of this was the Garibi Hatao plan. Okay, employment, justice, defense. This is what was focused on. Again, this is the time when we were able to achieve our target. So we achieved 4.8%. Our target was only 4.4%. And it was under the Morarji Desai government. And this is where we launched the Indian National Highway System for the first time. The National Highway System was introduced. So this is very interesting. I was just having a look at one of the highway, the way that highway systems are numbered. And they actually earlier did not have any particular way in which they used to number. But abhi they have these ways. Jaise from north to south, whatever highways are going, they will go in a particular numbering system, and whatever go from east to west, they will go in a particular number system. And all of these will be 2-digit, right? And only if a highway has a subsidiary, then that would be a 3-digit highway number, just NH 1, 2, 3. Well, 3-digit would be a subsidiary. Otherwise, these are all 2-digit highway system. So the first time that we introduced, coming back to the topic, the first time that we introduced a national highway system, this was actually in the fifth 5-year plan. Again, we saw that, we have to go ahead and we have to set some perspective कि long run में India की economy को करना क्या है? What do we want to achieve, right? Targets कैसे achieve होंगे? क्या targets रहेंगे? So we stopped for 3 years, for 1978 to 80 actually. We stopped for this bracket because we could not think of the right targets. We had to set correct perspective for the long term. And then it was in the 1980 to 85 where we launched the sixth 5-year plan. The aim was to eradicate poverty, to make some infrastructural changes. We had a target of 5.2 and we achieved 5.7. So is bari ke liye na ek bari have a look at rolling plan and have a look at planned holiday in detail. I think this may come for this year's exam. Then we have the seventh 5-year plan. The seventh 5-year plan was under Rajiv Gandhi. The aim was to have a self-sufficient economy, to increase employment. But this is the first plan where I saw the word technology pop in. Kabhi bhi, kisi bhi 5-year plan mein, I have never seen the word technology popping in. Haan, basic industry, heavy industry, ye sab hum second 5-year plan se dekh rahe hain. But productive employment and technology, ye words for the first time were seen in the seventh 5-year plan. Productive employment is different from employment. Employment can be disguised now. So it can be disguised. Multiple people working on the same thing, they may not be productive. So how to generate productive employment, how to upgrade the technology, and how to prefer private over the public sector. कैसे private sector को धीरे-धीरे preference दी जाए, that is what came in the seventh 5-year plan. फिर उसके बाद फिर से 8th 5-year plan could not come up. Why? Because we have hit 1990 and we know that in 1991 we had liberalization, privatization and globalization. और ये क्यों हुआ था? Because we know that we had very bad condition of the Indian economy. So we had balance of payment crisis. That means we wanted to open our economy to the rest of the world. So we introduced LPG policies. अब ये exactly क्या थी? We will take it in detail in the next question. But for now, we introduced these LPG policies. And therefore, we could not continue from 1990 to 1992. At that time, our Prime Minister was P.V. Narasimha Rao. And at that time, itna bura haal tha that India did not have any reserves left. India was on the verge of, of not being able to repay anything. And that is when we had to go ahead and bring in these policies, right? With International Monetary Fund and World Trade Organization. Then we had this 8th 5-year plan. This 8th 5-year plan, it was introduced from 1992 to 97. As I told you, India open hai with the world. India trades. India is no more having fixed exchange rate. Devaluation, revaluation nahi ho raha hai. Depreciation, appreciation ho raha hai. So it's an economy which is allowing its exchange rate to fluctuate. It's an economy which is now a member of World Trade Organization. It's an economy which believes in modernization of industries, which focuses on population growth, reducing poverty, generating employment, generating good infrastructure. And this was a successful plan. So if you see, we had a target of 5.6 and we achieved 6.8. So which means we started growing back. We were back on the path. Then we had the 9th 5-year plan. फिर से देखो, इसका period है 1997 से 2002. Aim was to eradicate poverty, to increase exports, to use scarce resources. This is an important word. ये और कहीं नहीं देखा. We never talked about sustainable development before. This is the first time we started talking that resources are becoming scarce. What is renewable resource? What are non-renewable resource? ये सारी बातें इस 5-year plan में शुरू हुई थी. So scarce resource was related to 9th 5-year plan. And this is where we talked about primary education for all children in the country, free primary education. So 1997 to 2002, again go back, look at the amendments once. So if you see here, in 2002, we had this amendment, elementary education made a fundamental right. Free and compulsory education was a right. Everybody has a right to take that, right? So that is what came in the 86th Amendment, 2002. And exactly that is where we have this end of this plan, 9th 5-year plan. Then we have the 10th 5-year plan. At 10th onwards, you will keep seeing this word called inclusive growth. What is this inclusive growth? And how is this inclusive growth different from non-inclusive growth? Inclusive growth का मतलब होता है where all sectors of the economy grow in depth and breadth. So my urban area will grow, but my rural will also grow. If any, if my rich is growing, my poor's income is also increasing. If any plan is introduced such that it benefits both people from top to bottom, from this country to from this state to that state, everywhere, everything is growing. It is penetrating all layers of the economy. Then it is called inclusive growth. तो inclusive मतलब सबको include करके चलना. And you will see this word continuously from the 10th 5-year plan. So it was inclusive growth, equitable development. Equitable, सबको equally treat करना. Intended was 8%. And if you notice, this is a period of 2000, right? 2. So this is a period of 2003 to 2008, right? And if you remember, in 2008, we had this great depression that came in, right? In the economy, another recession that came in the economy that hit the economy hard. So we have to keep mapping things, right? We have to map how we were not able to grow because there were also changes in the outer world that were affecting us. Still, the aim was reducing poverty, creating employment, reducing gender gaps. ये सब कुछ अलग unique words हैं, only related to 10th 5-year plan, like gender gap, like poverty reduction by half, like generation of employment for 80 million people, right? And equitable development. Then we go to the 11th 5-year plan. This was to go for higher education. देखो, primary education we focused here in the 9th 5-year plan. But we also want to focus on higher education, right? So this is what happened here in the 11th 5-year plan. We focused on distant education for the first time. You will never see this before. And then free and compulsory education between 6 to 14. Of course, we already have an amendment for that. Rapid and more inclusive growth, environmental sustainability followed from earlier plans. And it was prepared by C. Rangarajan, and it focused on clean drinking water, another very important aspect. What we saw is that there were multiple diseases related to water which were occurring in the country. So that is when we recognized that clean drinking water was essential in our economy. Then we have the 12th 5-year plan, faster, more inclusive, sustained growth. Electricity supply in villages, a new thing that happened, right? Remove gender and social gap. Increase green cover. This is important. Slowly, we are giving focus to forest areas. I will give you the formula today that is for tax devolution. And in that, you will see how forest cover is important. जब center state को tax देता है, अपना tax share करता है, तो ये देखता है कि एक state के पास कितना green area है, कितना forest covered area है. So the forest area is very important, and this is what we will be focusing on. Okay, opportunity in non-farming sector. So we wanted to generate agriculture में ही, but non-farming area में भी, जैसे for example, fishing, right? These are non-farming sectors and we wanted to focus on these. Achha, one more thing, if I just go back on this aspect, you will see that here, where was, yes. So you will see that here, we are in 2018 focusing on National Commission for Backward Classes, right? And if I go below here to the plans, I just want to show you how these are linked to each other. In 2017, we had started talking about reducing these gender and social gaps. And 2018, we introduced the amendment. There also, we started talking about primary education. We introduced the amendment. So things are related to each other. You talk about it, you make it in the plan, and then if you feel कि नहीं, इसको compulsory करना जरूरी है, I want to bring it into the constitutional amendment to just bring it there. So this is how plans help you make amendments in the constitution. Of course, after 12th 5-year plan, we moved towards Niti Aayog and we thought that instead of just making these 5-year plans, we should have a complete statutory body taking care of these things. And, we went away from planning commission, but till 12th 5-year plan, this has come in both the years of IIT. It's an important topic. You must read about it. Let's go to the question. So C is 5th 5-year plan. So my 5th 5-year plan was related to poverty, as I told you. So 11th 5-year plan is inclusive growth. We saw inclusive word for the first time after 10th 5-year plan. 10th, 11th, 12th में ही inclusive word पहली बारी देखा. So the answer to this question will be D. Come to the next question. Which of the following is not related to structural adjustment program implemented in India after 1991? First, you must look at my video on 1991 reforms. It's in the Indian economy section. Let me give you some gist of it. And oh, I missed this part. Let me first do this. This is not in any question, but I just want to discuss this once. This is the 15th Finance Commission. Finance Commission, plan nahi baat kar rahe, commission, Finance Commission ki baat kar rahe. The 15th Finance Commission या किसी भी Finance Commission का काम क्या है? See, the center must share its revenues with the state. And state must share its revenue with the local bodies. अब ये किस ratio में होगा? How much will center keep? How much will state keep? How much will state share with the local bodies? These ratios, they are defined by the Finance Commission. And the formula for going ahead and for dividing this. Okay, very good. Great if it was there. Because although, Finance Commission, they haven't mentioned directly in the Indian economy, but it's good if it came in the exam. Okay, so how it will be divided? That is what Finance Commission does. Now, there are two more things that you should be seeing here. One is called horizontal devolution. And one is called vertical devolution. When I talk about horizontal devolution, horizontal मतलब between different states. कि अच्छा अगर एक स्टेट है जो उत्तर प्रदेश है, दूसरा है पंजाब, दूसरा है बिहार, and I have different states. How would I be dividing between states? This is what horizontal devolution is. How much will northeastern states be getting? Will any state be getting any special benefit or not? All that is horizontal devolution between states. States are at the same level, but I have to divide horizontally. On the other hand, vertical devolution tells me between center, state, and this. So it is vertical division. Kitna center ko milega, kitna state ko milega, and kitna local bodies ko milega. So these are the two kind of devolutions that I have. Devolution matlab sharing of the taxes. That's called devolution. Now, when we talk about the chairmanship of the 15th Finance Commission, it was under N.K. Singh, and his recommendations are for this period. So currently, we are following his recommendation because it is from 2021 to 2025-26. Vertical devolution was earlier at the rate 42%. अच्छा, एक और बात है, जब मैं फाइनेंस कमीशन की बात करती हूँ इन पर्टिकुलर, वो बताता है कि सेंटर एंड स्टेट के बीच में कितना डिवीजन है. Then something which is called State Finance Commission. These are also set up separately. These SFCs, they tell how much will be distributed between state and between rural bodies. So understand, one is Finance Commission. This is for center and state, inke beech ka division. Then I have SFCs, State Finance Commission. They tell between state and rural bodies. Now, when I talk about the vertical devolution, this was at 42% earlier, which means the center was supposed to share 42% of its revenue with the states. This was reduced. ये 14th में था. It was reduced in the 15th Finance Commission to 41%. Reason being that because we changed Jammu and Kashmir status into new union territory, therefore state say 1% was reduced because we now changed its status into union territory. So one less to take here, and therefore it reduced to 41%. Then we also talk about horizontal devolution, and in horizontal devolution, this is the weightage that is given. So एक पूरा formula होता है. Usually in Delhi University, we actually have a full-fledged paper which we teach on these finance commissions. But you should just know this formula. So what happened is we give 12.5% weightage to demographic performance. Matlab, how am I performing demographically? What is my population? What is my, not population only, what is my age structure? Pura demographically, how do I look? That's 12.5%. The GDP is given 45% of the weightage. Think about it. If I have two states, one with high GDP and one with low GDP, shouldn't this state be given more taxes from center to state? Shouldn't this achieve more, right? So income is given a 45% weightage. यहाँ पर एक बहुत important point है, इसी का opposite है यहाँ पर, which is called tax and fiscal effort. This is given a weightage of 2.5%. What does this say? ये कहता है कि अगर सेंटर हमेशा स्टेट को देता रहेगा और उन स्टेट्स को ज्यादा देगा जिनका जीडीपी नहीं है, people who don't have GDP, if center keeps giving to the state, then what will happen? These states will become lethargic. They will never want to collect tax on their own. They will just think that the center is giving us enough money. They will stop working hard. There will be fiscal deficit always. So we have to maintain a balance. We must go ahead and also appreciate the states which are maintaining a fiscal discipline, which are acting correctly, which are collecting the tax, which are going ahead and having higher GDP, right? So we need to account for the fiscal effort that the state takes also. Of course, this differs from state to state. Some states, just for example, states which have high level of mountains, their economic activity will be less. If economic activity is less, they will collect less tax. If they collect less tax, they will always have a deficit. So we understand that there may be some regional restrictions on collecting money, on doing economic activities. That is why this is not given much weightage, but this should be given some weightage. Fiscal effort should be given weightage. Then the forest area. This is what I was mentioning there. This is also given weightage. How much greenery do you have? Do you focus on sustained development or not? Then we have population, given 15% weightage. Achha, isme bhi we have multiple points. Actually, what happens is that if you have higher population, this population figures, these are based on a base year. I'll have to find out what base year it was. I just forgot that. It is some 2002 year, very, very, very early base year. Okay. This is based on base year. अब इस साल में जितनी population थी, उसके behalf पे you will be getting money from the center. But your population can increase, one. Second, there can be a chance that if you are a developed state, then people from other state will come into your state. That will increase your population. So there should not be any reason that you account for this population at a very early year. कि 2002 में कितनी population थी, उसके base पे we will give you money today. This should be based on some present numbers. And what is the government to say in this? Government is saying that we are actually penalizing you for having higher population because we want you to control population. What if there is migration from one state to another? Then the state should not be penalized. So this is one, one aspect which you should be keeping in mind, that population is not taken at the current year. It is taken at some base year. And then 15% is given to the area. Of course, the more the area, the bigger the state. The bigger the state, the more money it requires to maintain it. So therefore, more area, more money required. Right? This is what this is about. Now let's go back to the question we were doing. And I want to talk about the major steps that took place in the 1991 reforms. Sabse pehle, we want to understand why it took place. What basic reason tha? One, we had balance of payment problem. Our BOP was in a crisis. We were doing horrible in terms of balance of payment. Second, we had some structural rigidities. We had some industrial problems. We had some fiscal problems. We had some exchange rate problems, some monetary problems. And we wanted to go ahead and deal with all of these problems. And that is why these reforms were necessary. Now, let's go to what reforms were introduced. Why to ho gaya, but what were introduced? So the first reforms we introduced were called the fiscal reforms. Fiscal is always related to internal balance. BOP is external imbalance. Together they are called the twin imbalance problem. Right? So let's talk about the fiscal reforms. First, we wanted to correct this fiscal imbalance. We wanted to reduce the fiscal deficit, right? If you notice, you would have heard of Fiscal Regulation and Budgetary Management Act. It came in 2002. The aim was to make sure that you have a target. Ki isse upar fiscal deficit should not. This is the upper limit for my deficit. So we wanted to reduce fiscal deficit. We wanted to increase the share of direct taxes. What we saw that direct tax share was reducing. We had to change this downtrend towards an uptrend. So we wanted to reduce or revert the downtrend in the share of direct taxes. Then we wanted reduction in subsidies. Dekho, fertilizer subsidy was a huge amount of government's expenditure, right? Again, why? India was based on agriculture. Main occupation was agriculture. To boost agriculture, you required fertilizers. You were giving subsidy on this. When you were giving subsidy on this, you were doing heavy expenditure. So to reduce this subsidy so that you could reduce the deficit. Similarly, abolition of subsidy on sugar, right? Disinvestment of parts of government equity holding in select public undertaking. So we know that the government sector was highly unproductive. Government sector, especially the public sector, it wasn't doing very well. So we wanted to do disinvestment. Kis ka disinvestment karenge? Jo bhi NPAs the. What is an NPA? It's a non-performing asset. So government ke wo areas, wo firms which were not doing well, which were in heavy losses, we wanted to give that to the private sector. We wanted to disinvest, reduce our investment in those sectors so that we could reduce our deficit, right? Acceptance of major recommendations. These were given by Raja Chelia Committee. This is important. You have to remember this name, right? This committee was related to only tax reforms. We are studying it under fiscal reforms. So we had the Raja-Chelia committee, and the aim was to increase the revenues, and the aim was to make tax structure more stable and transparent. So if you see, all these aim were to do two things: increase tax, decrease expenditure. Now we go to the second kind of reforms that were introduced, and these were monetary and financial reforms. Sabse pehla reform was on reserve requirement. We had high reserve ratios. So in reserve ratios ko kam karna tha. We wanted to reduce SLR. We wanted to reduce CRR. We wanted to make our banking sector more efficient. Now for banking sector, the most important committee was Narasimha committee. So dekho difference hai. You should remember, tax reform was Raja-Chelia committee. Banking sector reform was Narasimha committee. Then we wanted to go ahead and do interest rate liberalization. Earlier, the interest rate, achha, you can just map this back. If you remember, we did all of those, na? Dornbusch overshooting model, balance of payment mein kaise hota hai, and we know that, you know, the interest rate moves. So we saw this BOP horizontal line, BOP upward sloping. So we saw that interest rate is associated with interest rate outside the world, outside your country. Both are having some relation. So here you have plus whatever expected risks you have, right? So we saw that the two interest rates are related to each other. How my interest rate is there and what is the interest rate in the outer world. But what happened in India is that we were doing heavy controlling of the interest rate in India. So we had to let go. We had to bring liberalization in the interest rate. This is what this says. So earlier RBI was controlling the interest rate. It was telling कि इस maturity पे इतना interest होना चाहिए, इस size of loan पे इतना interest होना चाहिए, with no power or no autonomy given to any bank. थोड़ा भी autonomy नहीं था. Now this is not the thing. Do you see that different banks have different interest rates? So they are given that autonomy now, right? So we had to do interest rate liberalization. And then we had greater competition among public, private, and foreign sector banks. Earlier, only public banks were there. We saw nationalization of the banks in one of the 5-year plans. Now, we wanted to bring in the private banks also, and we wanted to bring in the foreign sector banks also. So this is the next thing, private and foreign sector banks. This is what we wanted to introduce. Elimination of administrative constraint. Ye to humein pata hi hai. There was a system of, you know, all these people taking bribe, no one working. How we wanted to kind of eliminate that. Wo pura administrative system ko better karna. That is what we wanted to focus on. So here, if you remember, there is something which is called ease of doing business. ये एक पैरामीटर होता है जो हर कंट्री का निकलता है, एंड उसके बेसिस पे ना इंडिया की रैंकिंग भी थी. इट वाज वेरी लो रैंकिंग, बट दिस रैंकिंग ट्रिमेंडसली इम्प्रूव्ड once we, you know, got rid of this constraint. Once we got rid of the licensing system कि हर चीज के लिए पहले जाओ, पूरा लाइसेंस के लिए अप्लाई करो, इस पूरे प्रोसेस के थ्रू जाओ जहां पे you have to give bribe to everyone. Once we got rid of that licensing system, we started doing wonders, right? Then we had liberalization of bank branch licensing policy. Banks were given this chance that you could go ahead and you can create your branches. You can open your branches in any location. You can relocate yourself to whatever location you want. पहले ये सब नहीं था. So liberalization of the bank branch licensing policy, banks given freedom to relocate and open specialized branches, guidelines to open new private sector banks, and norms for classification of non-performing asset, bad debt, etc. So we wanted to make sure that we understand which assets are performing well and which assets are not performing well. Then we have reforms in the capital market. Abhi humne padhe banking sector. We studied fiscal reforms. Now we want to go ahead and study capital market reforms. So first of all, we removed control of the government. Earlier, the stock market was also heavily government controlled. Now we brought in the setting up of SEBI, right? And this was there in 1988, and it was given a statutory recognition, more power in 1992. So we wanted to make the stock exchange board more powerful. We wanted to go ahead and make sure that there is a transparent system. We wanted to make sure that there is full disclosure, that people know which share they are buying, how the market is performing. So these were the reforms in the capital market. Then we had the industrial sector, industrial policy reform. इसमें पहला reform आया to give more competition to the domestic industry. Now, if you look at the earlier 5-year plan, their aim was to go ahead and to protect our industry, to avoid competition. And protect करने के लिए मेन क्या कर सकते हैं, जो भी बाहर से चीज आ रही है उस पे heavy tariff कर दो. Whatever comes from outside India, make it expensive. तो ये automatically protect हो जाएंगी. Plus give these people subsidies. Plus create special economic zones. Multiple things to protect them. Now we said protection is done. Now we want you to open up to competition from the outer world. So we went ahead and we increased, because we became open to the outer world. So we increased competition. We launched new industrial policy in 1991, 24 July. And we did deregulation of the industry. We reduced the licensing system. 18 industries ko chhodkar, except 18 industries, we completely removed this licensing system. No license was required to start your business. इसमें भी we had different rules कि small sector के लिए कितना होगा, medium sector industries के लिए कितने होंगी, so large sector industries के लिए क्या होगा, but still the ease of doing business was greatly improved. Then we went ahead with something which is known as a Monopolies and Restrictive Trade Practice Act, and this was repealed to eliminate the prior approval of large company for the capacity expansion. तो एक बारी पढ़ के देखो, हम कह रहे restrictive trade, पहले trade restrictive था, people could not expand, उसके लिए उन्हें permission लेनी पड़ती थी. We wanted to remove that. We wanted to give everyone the power to go ahead and expand their capabilities, and that is where we brought in this act, right? Then we had areas reserved for public sector narrowed from 17 to 8. So only 8 sectors were there, like railway, like atomic energy, where we only had public sector. Please make a list of all these 8 sectors. Make list of all 8 sectors. So these were those 8 sectors where we had only public sector. Uske alawa private could enter anywhere. Public sector was also given more power, more autonomy. And this is interesting. So kya hua? Jaise for example, railway. Let's say we have railway. And let's say we have Ministry of Railway. Let's say we have some company, MTNL. And let's say we have Ministry of Telecom. So between the ministry and the public sector, an MOU was made. And this MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, ये क्या कहता है कि कितना इसका aim होगा इस साल का? What will it do? What will be the growth rate? What will be its target? How much will be its revenue? All this was written in this MOU so that they become more productive. So we had the signing of these MOUs between enterprise and ministry for achieving the target. This is what was done under your industrial reforms. सब कुछ 1991 policy ही है. Liberalization, privatization, globalization, but there are different reforms that came in. Then finally, you had the trade policy reforms. Trade policy reforms means better import, better export, rationalization of tariff structure. So, isme again, please remember, we had the Chelia committee because it is related to the tariff. It is related to the tax. So, kitna import duty hoga? How much import duty? How much will be the tariffs? Can we reduce the tariff? What should be done? How many trading houses would be established to increase the trading? All this was established under the trade policy reforms. Then we had the foreign investment policy. Foreign investment policy means now we wanted foreign direct investment. So we wanted the foreign sector to come in India, to establish MNCs in India, to give more jobs in India, to establish a complete 100% equity structure in India. मतलब पूरा का पूरा वही own करेंगे. We were open to that. So what did we do? We started making a list of high technology, high investment industries where automatic permission was granted for foreign direct investment. First, we went with 51% foreign equity. We increased that to 74% and we increased that to 100%. So multiple industries were there where 100% share was of the foreign sector. कुछ वो थी जहां पे हमने restriction लगाई that if you come in India, then 51% can be foreign owned, but remaining should be Indian owned. But for some, we allowed 100% foreign owning also. This is what this says. Then we created something which is known as Foreign Investment Promotion Board. Its aim was to increase foreign investment and to increase foreign institutional investment in India. At last, we had the exchange rate policy in India. So exchange rate simple tha, apna rupee ko devalue karo. Why was this required? See, there was a big difference between the nominal and real exchange rate. And we wanted to bridge that gap between nominal and real exchange rate. And that is where we brought in the policy to change the exchange rate, to kind of deal with this exchange rate. So we first devalued it. We brought the value down for rupee. And then we also allowed it to be flexible, to move along with the rest of the world. So if we notice, these are all the different plans which were introduced under the 1991 reforms. Fiscal, monetary, exchange rate, industry oriented, and foreign investment oriented, etc. Now let's come to the question. Which of the following is not related to the structural adjustment program in India after 1991? Deregulation of industries, yes, ye hua tha. Quantitative restriction on trade, ye to remove ho gaya tha. Restriction aayi nahi thi, it was reduced. So this is not true. Fiscal austerity, yes, we had to focus on fiscal deficit to maintain fiscal balance. So this is true. Reduction of subsidies, true. Ye bhi, it was under Chelia committee only that reduced subsidies given on the fertilizers, given on sugar. We gave examples. So subsidies were removed. So the only option which is correct out of all these is B, quantitative restriction on trade. Okay, come to the next one. Which of the following measure was introduced in India in the year 1994? So these kind of questions now I feel are a little on top because remembering the year for each and every becomes difficult. This is Narasimha, I just taught you. This was in 1991. Abhi humne dekha. It came, right? Trade policies also we know, but still knowing when full convertibility of current account took place and when full convertibility of capital took place, remembering each and every year is I think difficult. But anyways, what I have done is I've just gone ahead and given some definitions here which might be useful to you. तो इसको एक बार समझ लो कि current account convertibility होता क्या है. That's important. So current account convertibility is the freedom to convert domestic currency into foreign, but for trade of goods and service. क्योंकि ये current account है. So I should be given the freedom that I can convert rupees to dollar for goods and service. This is what came in 1994. This is the answer to your question. Capital account convertibility. This was introduced by S.S. Tarapore. This is also converting Indian currency to foreign, but this is for buying an asset. This is for capital associated transaction. So capital account convertibility is related to capital associated transaction. It came in 1997. Current account convertibility is related to current account related transaction, matlab goods and services. Narasimha committee, we did this. It came in 1991. It made the banking system stronger. It reformed the way that RBI should be doing things. We talked about reserve ratios. It talked about non-performing assets and capital adequacy ratio. So these were the recommendations it brought in. And then we had the Abid Hussain Committee on Trade Reforms. This was launched a little later in 1997. Okay, now let's talk about the different plans. So these are the different plans that you have. This is easy to remember. Why? Because mainly there are only 4 plans, out of which 3 were asked. Let's look at the different kind of plans that ever existed. So first is the Bombay plan. And how do I tell my students to remember this? See, Bombay is considered as the financial capital. तो यहाँ पर ज़्यादातर चीजें entrepreneurial ही होंगी. It would be related to industries, right? So Bombay plan was related to where it was an 8-member committee that was formed. And it was related where, you know, Tata, Birla, all these people came together. And their aim was to, you know, promote trade. They said that government must play a role. Government should protect us from the outer country, whatever companies are there in the outer world. Government should help us. Government should give us more protection so that we can grow. So it came very early. It came in 1944, and it was set by Indian entrepreneur Birla, Tata, Thakurdas, Lal Bhai. Aim क्या बोल रहा था कि हमें गवर्नमेंट की पार्टिसिपेशन चाहिए so that we are protected. The indigenous companies are protected. The Indian companies are protected against the foreign competition. It was also called as the Tata Plan. It was drafted by John Mithai. He was an economist actually. So although these industrialists came together, but he was one of the economists on the panel. Then we had the Gandhian plan. Again, it is easy to remember. The Gandhian plan, it was launched by Shriman Narayan Agarwal in 1944. Because Gandhian hai, it has to focus on villages. It has to focus on the cottage enterprise. It has to be according to what Gandhi thought. So based on that, it was more of decentralization, giving power to the rural sector, talking about villages, about cottage industries, about promoting small-scale production and agriculture. So this is what the Gandhian plan was about. And this is an important thing. So then, based on this only, we had Moksha Gundam. He was a Diwan, D-I-W-A-N, Diwan of Mysore. He wrote a book, and this book was called Planned Economy of India, for which he received Bharat Ratna. So you must remember this name because this is an important book for the way that economy should be working. Then the third was People's Plan. This was launched by M.N. Roy in 1945. And since it was a people's plan, if you again, it's a way to remember that, we have to think about public as a whole. So what he said, look, सबसे पहले वो products बनाओ जो consumer oriented है, whatever are consumer manufactured product. So he focused on consumer product manufacturing. He focused on how to deliver. जैसे मैंने एक product one part of the country में बनाया, how do I deliver it all to all the consumers? So I need good infra. So therefore he said, I need railways, I need road, I need shipping, so that I focus on completing the demand of these consumers first. This is what your People's Plan was. And then we had the Sarvodaya Plan. This was launched in 1950 by Jayaprakash Narayan. This was again focusing on the agricultural sector and not taking any help from the foreign sector, freedom from foreign sector, and the land reforms. Okay, now let's go to the next question. So the next question is, in the context of Indian agriculture, which of the following statements are correct? So NABARD was established in 1982. One of the objectives of CACP was to ensure remunerative prices. APMC Act is related to institutional credit supply in agriculture, and National Commission on Agriculture was chaired by Damdel. So what you can do is, you can go ahead and you can read about few of the important. I will share it in the group also. I have made that list. Agricultural acts and committees. Right. You can go ahead and read about few of the agricultural act and committees. Just for example, National Commission on Agriculture. This report was under NR Mirdha. Okay. This is important to understand. Some, we can't do all. I mean, there were tremendous number of agricultural acts and committees. But which are the important one? Which committee is the basic agricultural committee, which talks about fertilizer and pesticide? We can go ahead and do about that, which talks about creating market channels for agriculture, which is APMC. We can go ahead and talk about that. So I have made that list and I will share that with you. That's the first thing. The second thing is things which are institutions. Like for example, abhi humne dekha that SEBI was created in 1988. And it was given statutory in 1992. This is SEBI. Aise hi NABARD, right? Aise hi Food Corporation of India, right? The important institutes, which all of us know about, which we know are some change-making institutes in the history of India. Remember their dates, just the years in which they were created. Again, I will share a table with you on this. So two things. Because if you see, its correct option is A and B, and this is actually related to when was NABARD created, right? And the APMC Act, it was related to creating market supplies, to market channels. It wasn't related to creating credit supplies, right? And this wasn't chaired by VM Dandekar, as I just showed you. So the important committees, at least, we must know when was those committees created, and that is where that table will be helpful to you. Okay, so this is it. Now, what I have done apart from this, I have also prepared one more thing that I wanted to share with you. Again, I will share the notes with you, but I wanted to just discuss this topic. And this topic is related to the one second. This is related to Indian economy at the time of independence. Right. So I would like to divide this topic in multiple parts. And the first part that I would like to discuss is the agriculture. I'll just give you key points, then you can read through my notes. handwriting issues you can ask me. ठीक है? Agriculture में क्या-क्या issues थे? The first was that we had low productivity. That's the first one. We were not producing good enough. We had disguised unemployment in the economy. We had stagnation in the economy. Agriculture grow nahi kar raha tha. Majority of people were in agriculture, but it wasn't growing. The second issue was related to land. Zamindari system was there. And because majority of people were peasants, they weren't willing to work. They were thinking that, sab kuch to we give it to the zamindars. We don't have anything left. There is no reason working in the agricultural sector. So the zamindari system was a big reason, which was later abolished, but it was a big reason at the time of independence why we were not growing. Then we had high dependence on monsoon. Right? We were focused only on rainfall. We didn't have any green revolution ke time pe we introduced irrigational facilities. But before that, we were super focused on only, how much rainfall will take place. And this sal drought, us sal we will not produce anything. The prices of goods will rise. Economy will be at its worst. So we were dependent on monsoon a lot. Then we had gone ahead and lack of proper input. No fertilizers, no pesticides, no proper tools, no machineries to go ahead and take this agriculture to the next level. Then we have lack of irrigation facilities and negligible use of fertilizer. देखो fertilizer और pesticide एक limit में, especially fertilizer, not pesticides, you have to use it in some proportion. If you don't use it, you will not be able to give nutrition back to the land in a lesser period. So those fertilizers were not available. Later we saw government started giving subsidy on fertilizer. So these were some of the issues that we had in the agricultural sector. The second sector that we must be focusing on is the industrial sector. In industrial sector, first was discriminative tariff policy. So क्या हुआ? देखो जो ब्रिटिशर्स थे उन्होंने बहुत ही डिस्क्रिमिनेटिव टैरिफ पॉलिसी रखी थी. मतलब we were going ahead and we were allowed to do free export of raw material, but when it came to exporting finished goods, we were not allowed. We were doing heavy import of the finished goods at very heavy tariffs. So this was a discriminative policy. जो बाहर से बन के आ रहे थे finished goods, उन पे हम बहुत टैक्स दे रहे थे. जो हमारे raw material बाहर जा रहे थे, we were not getting any money out of it. That's the first aspect. The second aspect was competition from machine. Slowly machines were developing. This is why second 5-year plan focused on heavy and basic machines. Because we were getting competition from machine, we didn't have good machines. We were focused on agricultural sector, wahan pe bhi acha technology we were not using. We focused on handicraft sector, it wasn't doing well because now we were getting machine oriented things. The cloth that we were getting from machinery was much cheaper. India could not compete with that. So we had heavy competition from the machinery sector. Third, we had new pattern of demand. Ab kya hua that, the Britishers, when they came in India, they changed a lot of people. The way that people thought, the way that people demanded. So multiple class of people started demanding foreign goods over Indian goods. So the pattern of demand also changed. Then we had more market. Isi se related hai for British goods. Since the pattern of demand changed, since everybody started asking, not everybody, but multiple people asked about the way that Britishers were producing good, that is why we saw that there was more market created for the British oriented goods. The third thing that you should be knowing is foreign trade at the time of independence. we saw there was discriminative tariff policy. Export पे अलग tariff था, import पे अलग tariff था. The issue was India was major exporter of raw material. And it was importer of finished goods. तो import finished goods कर रहे थे, export raw material कर रहे थे. Raw material is cheaper. You're exporting cheaper things. You're getting in finished goods. Now this creates a deficit. But during British era, before independence, we saw that Britishers actually had a surplus, but they used this surplus for wars, right? They used this surplus for their own economy. Whatever surplus they created, even in India, they used it for the purpose of war and for their economy. And once we got independence, we saw that slowly, because we were dependent too much on the outer world, we were going towards the deficit of balance of payment. So actually this trade pattern, when you give raw material and you buy finished goods, this is a classic trade pattern of backwardness. So which means India was much backward as compared to the other economies. That's the third aspect. Then the fourth is demographic profile. So during independence, we had high birth and death rate. This was 8 per 1,000 people. Har 1,000 logon mein 8 people were dying. That's high death rate. So we had very high birth and death rate. Secondly, we had low life expectancy. People were dying at the age of 32 on an average. 32 years was the life age of people, which means bad health structure, bad health infrastructure, right? Lots of healthcare was required in the country. And the literacy rate was also very low. It was at 16%. So very low literacy rate existed in the country. Then the next aspect was related to occupation. So the primary occupation was agriculture. It was 72.7%. And it was followed by the service sector. That was 17.2%. And then the manufacturing sector, which was 10.1%. So actually, there is a full-fledged paper which talks about the missing hand. Okay, in India. So it's a very big paper that was written. I don't know who, I forgot who wrote that. It was in one of the readings of Delhi University. This talked about how usually when economies transition, they go from agriculture to manufacturing to service, right? If you follow this pattern, if you start with agriculture, slowly you reduce your agricultural sector, go towards manufacturing, increase your manufacturing sector, become heavy industry oriented, make your own capital goods, and then slowly you transition and generate jobs in the service sector. This is the usual demographic transition that you should follow in the occupational side. And this helps you to grow as a strong economy. But in India, what happened? We missed out on this. And what India did is we started from agriculture and we moved directly to the service sector. And when we moved from agriculture to service, skipping the manufacturing sector, that is where our growth changed. So we became dependent on the outer world. Because hum jo call centers and jo bhi MNCs create kar rahe the, we were just helping the outer world. So tomorrow when the outer world would fail, our economy would fail because our jobs are related to their jobs. So actually, this was the wrong thing that we did right from the start, that the manufacturing sector was lagged, and we continue to see that the service sector grew at a rate higher than the manufacturing. we never ended up focusing on the manufacturing sector in the right way, right? If you see again, the second 5-year plan did that. That's a good aspect. But not many 5-year plans focused on the manufacturing sector or building the heavy industry or becoming, self-sufficient oriented, right? Self-reliant. So this was the occupational sector. And then we had the infrastructural sector. Telecommunication and transport and telecommunication, they grew at a decent rate. Okay. But what grew at the best rate during the British era when we got independence, during the period of independence, was railways. Because the Britishers had to transport things from one place to another for their own trade. And when they had to do this, they had to have a good system to do the transport. So the railway system was a big breakthrough when India got its independence. And one more thing happened, which was the transition from barter system towards the monetary system. This happened, when during the Raja Maharaja period in India, we did not have a very good monetary system. This was set up by the Britishers. And this was a good thing that happened when we got independence, because this helped us to progress, to do better exchange, right, of goods and services. So this is, because they have this topic of what happened during the colonial period and at the time of independence, you can divide this in multiple parts. What happened in the agricultural sector, in the industrial sector, in foreign trade sector, on the demography side, on the occupational side, and the infrastructural side, right? So with this, we will end today's class.